listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Jubilee Park live for the Eastland Match of the Round. Division 3 Elimination Final between Coldstream and Oakleigh District. Winner to play Knox next Sunday back here in the first semi-final. And for the loser, it is curtains on season 2024. Everything to play for. There's also other storylines in this contest to get to, which we'll cover all in the pre-game, as well as the recap from all the results around the grounds yesterday afternoon with Divisions 1, 2 and 4 having their final round of the home and away season as they prepare for finals. Ryan Long, media manager with the Eastern Football Netball League, joined by Jared Beanland, Josh Ward and Ray Baird. Jared, great to have you back again for the Sunday elimination final. And we saw a great game yesterday between Knox and Surrey Park, and the winner of this game will obviously play a Knox side who we saw plenty from yesterday.
Thanks very much, Ryan. G'day to you, g'day to the guys and all the listeners, of course. Great to be back at Jubilee Park for some more finals action from Division 3. And yeah, I mean, it's Knox lost, but it's not as if we were unimpressed by them. So it's going to be an interesting task ahead of the team who wins today. And yeah, looking forward to see who's gonna come out on top.
Certainly right, Josh Ward. We talked about this game yesterday a little bit. We started to discuss the possibilities and what could happen, and we look at the way Oakleigh District are coming into this final series. A big win in that round 18 game to guarantee that they would play finals, and they come here to Jubilee Park, similar spot to where they were last year, where they had no expectations really. They're coming in as the underdog, nothing to lose. And they got the win last time against Sylvan. Can they do it a second time against Coldstream this year?
It'll certainly be interesting against the Coldstream side, who would be very familiar with a big terrain like this. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Oakleigh District once again, third time in the last couple of weeks that I've seen them, having seen them against Upper Gully and Surrey Park in two very different performances there. But yeah. I'm sure they'll want to put their best foot forward against the Coldstream side, who bring back some key names, but have still been vulnerable the last couple of weeks.
Absolutely, and Ray Baird, great to have you back for a final as well. This is where you really step up. You're a finals operator, Ray, and you had a good look at both East Ringwood and Roeville yesterday, so I'm sure you'll be able to touch on that today as well.
Yeah, I'll touch on that a little bit later when we're talking about that. But this game here today, look, as far as I'm concerned, you know, what's happened during the home and away seasons, that's in the past now. Finals, you go into a final at the opening bounce, both sides are equal as far as I'm concerned. So, look, I'd love to see Oakleigh District get up, but and as Josh just alluded to, Coldstream's form over the last few weeks hasn't been that good. So I think there is an opening there for Oakleigh District. I won't give you my tip now, but it's going to be a great game.
Absolutely right. And the other probably big storyline, we're going to try and hype this up. And I know as soon as we do that, it won't happen and it won't eventuate. But having a look at Darcy Fritsch, who's had a massive season, currently sitting on 91 goals this year. Ooh. And potential to actually reach that 100 today if everything goes right. And they get on top at half-time and he's kicked 4 or 5. Expect the ball to go in his direction every single time. And you never know, could we see 100?
Are we going to be running onto the field if that happens?
Well, that's actually a great question. Do people still run on the field at local footy, Ray, for 100 goals?
Oh, no, yeah, I think they might. You might get a dog or something running out.
There are no dogs allowed here.
Yeah, but
someone's brought one.
One might jump the fence and somebody chase him to retrieve it.
Yeah. Remember Matt Frodier's famous lines was, as a dog lover, love it.
Yeah. And Ryan, I've just worked you out now, mate. Now I know why you're being pushing Ferntree Gully. You were hoping that Coldstream would be playing Ferntree Gully today, and that would give Fritz a chance of getting his 9 goals. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, I know. I haven't been too correct with the predictions across the season. We do have the two coaches joining us. We've got Blake Pearson in just a moment, I think, who's about to step onto the balcony to speak to us, and it's always great to speak to this man, Blake Pearson. Great to have your company for the pre-game. A big opportunity for the side. Finals footy, I'm sure you're looking forward to it.
Yeah, can't wait. Couldn't get any better day as well. So no rain, a little bit of wind, but perfect conditions.
It's almost a similar spot to where you were last year. You came in and played Sylvan at this time, the Sunday Elimination Final, and probably came in as the underdogs. Similar story again against Coldstream. Do you reckon that helps you? It's almost like you've got nothing to lose. The pressure's probably more on them, and you certainly have a big chance today to advance through to a semi-final.
Yeah, absolutely. We spoke about it last week. A bit of deja vu, needing to win our last game. We picked Jack Dobson last week as well, which we did last year as well, and he had a really good final series. I wouldn't say there's any less pressure on us. Like, there's still plenty for us to lose. We want to be playing as many finals as we can, and I guess they have beaten us twice throughout the year, so it is the same as playing Sylvan last year. So it's pretty funny how it sort of worked out, but we played some pretty good football last week, which has given us a lot of confidence. So we go in today pretty confident of what we can do.
So 2 final series in the 3 years of the Oakleigh District's existence in the EFNL. What has that done for, I guess, the club as a whole? How much momentum has that sort of brought to Oakleigh District?
Yeah, it's been a big move. I think bigger than probably what, certainly the committee or the supporters probably thought it was going to be going into Division 2. It was, clearly a tough initiation there. We dropped down to probably what the division we deserve to be in, and we're obviously competing really hard. It's been a big 2 years to turn things around, but last week we had our past players day. I think there was about 150 there. Next year is our 75-year anniversary, our 10-year premiership reunion of our 2015 premiership side. So we're sort of starting to gain a fair bit of momentum now, and it's exciting that we've sort of, we've built the foundations, but there's certainly a few things that we need to put into place, both on and off field, to continue that success and to keep building and hopefully go through the grades.
And on top of that, you've also got the reserves playing right now in the final series. Again, big crowd. It's great to have so many past players from last week, and it seems like there's a big crowd today here for you guys, for not just your seniors but reserves. It's a big day. Yeah,
absolutely. I think it's the first time in 9 years that we've had both seniors and reserves in finals. So the development side are going well. What are they, 1 point up at the moment, which could be even now. But for their development to come through to a final series, even from where they came last year, where I think they were sort of, mid-table, not, probably a couple of games outside of finals, and to show those boys that they're capable of playing some really good football is really good for us as a club.
We saw you guys a few weeks ago at Upper Ferntree Gully. You ground out a very impressive, very sort of characterful win. It's such a gritty game in unideal conditions. Who are some of the players that have brought that sort of character, that grit, that perhaps they're not necessarily at the top of the goal charts, or not necessarily racking up 30 disposals, but some people who might not get as much credit with the media team that you'd want to shout out?
Yeah, it's probably been some positional changes. Probably starting in that game, like Jacob Warren, his probably last month of football in the ruck has been awesome for us. Like his ability to compete and tackle as a big boy is really impressive. Simon Black, who obviously played pretty well in that game as well. Just his physicality, someone with a lot of experience playing through the midfield has been awesome. But certainly in the last month of football, like Connor Cochran, I'm sure you know who Connor Cochran is, but for someone who's only just turned 21 to be producing what he's doing, he's been a credit to him. He's put in a lot of work off season this season, and it's that 50 game mark that you sort of start to see players really flourish and play some really good football, and that's where he's at the moment. His marking ability is really good. He's starting to improve his field kicking as well, and he's become a real weapon for us up forward.
And I watched you guys in that round 17 game against Surrey Park, out at Surrey Park Reserve. Obviously not the greatest day that day. How many learnings did you take from that game that you look to implement against the likes of Coldstream and last weekend as well?
Yeah, polar opposites to how we played Surrey to how we played last week against Ferntree Gully. Footy can be an easy game, like if you make it. I think our skill level, our turnovers against Surrey Park clearly cost us. I think we were our own worst enemy, where we sort of started to have some internal, fighting and whatever else, and somehow we found a way last week where we were picking the ball up cleanly, we were hitting targets, and it's amazing what can happen and what can open up for you when you just do the basics really well. So yeah, we took a fair bit out of the Surrey Park game. They were clearly too too good for us on the day. Had some match winners all over the ground, and certainly we hope we can return the favour against them in a week's time or in a couple of weeks' time.
And heading into this game with the same lineup as you took into the game last weekend, how much does that help, having that continuity heading into a final like this?
It's great. It's the first time all year that we probably haven't had 3 or 4 changes from week to week. So to be able to go in with the same lineup, and I think it gives the boys confidence too that they know that they're playing some good football. They know and get some continuity in sort of the style we play, where people are leading to. So yeah, it's exciting that we go in unchanged.
And first of all, I must put out there, congratulations. I believe you've signed on again for next season.
I have.
That must give a great stability to the committee and all that at the club to know that you've committed at this stage.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, I'm on the committee as well, so
okay.
It's sort of, I don't know, either smart or silly being on the committee. But no, it's really good. Yeah, we sort of need that stability on field as well. Like as I said before, we've turned the corner, but we're not all the way there. So to have some stability on field and off field is really important for what we want to do.
And the boys, they mentioned the development squad, and I think it's very important that good clubs have good development squads to back you up. So you've probably got 4 or 5 other players that come up for selection out of that reserve side each week that are mentioned that are knocking on the door.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've played maybe 40 players this year across both sides. I think We've got maybe 5 or 6 in the seniors today that qualified for development finals, and we've probably got 4 or 5 in the development that have played probably half a dozen games in the seniors. So it's really good for their development that they can come in and play a role for us, and when they go back, they're obviously the leaders within the development squad.
And right now you're at exactly the same position you were last year. Can I get just a comparison on last year's side and the way this season the sides have played? What have you been actually pleased with?
To be honest, we're almost exactly the same as what we were last year. Like
you
we
did lose a few key players.
Yeah, we did. We lost. We lost Zach Bazanic. Obviously, our full forward Daniel Pilch, our full back, as well, and then maybe a couple of others in there. I think it's really hard to. And then again, we've probably brought in another 8 players within the side. Like it's actually really hard to have that continuity or in game plan when you're bringing in almost half a side new. So it's probably something that we will learn, or we'll look at over the off season about being a bit more strategic and targeted in who we approach to come into the side. But yeah, we're a different side to what we were last year. It's, again, I think our game plan and how I'm trying us to play suits finals football out at Ringwood with a bigger ground, open space where we can run and carry. The skills don't need to be as precise because you've got a bit more margin for error out on the open side. So, yeah, we've been inconsistent. I think we've unearthed a few really good players this year, like, Dean Metropolis before this year was at Noble Park, but had never played senior football before. He's played every game. I mentioned Cooper Hudson earlier, a really good young kid coming off half-back. So we're starting to develop some more younger guys that are taking some leadership on and taking a bit more ownership of their own game.
And the 2 times you did play Coldstream, obviously you said it is a while ago now, round 1, round 10. And what did you learn from the 2 times you met them? Obviously both sides have got some changes coming into a final now, but a very strong midfield led by the likes of Carrigan, and obviously Darcy Fritsch has been a handful up forward for every opposition side. What did you learn about the 2 times you played them, and some key learnings that you're taking into this final?
Yeah, I think round 1 was certainly frustrating. I think we were in front most of the day playing some really good football, and then Conyers and Castry got on top. Probably the last 5-10 minutes of the third quarter, they're into the last, and they kicked 5 in the last quarter to win the game. And then it was their midfield and Darcy Fritsch up forward out at Coldstream that they really cut us up. So we know that that's an area of their game that's their strength, is the midfield, and we'll put a couple of things in place today to stop their momentum and to not make it as easy to get it into Fritsch. But they're probably the biggest takeaways, that clearly their midfield's their strongest point. and we've got to try and stop it at the source.
Well, Blake, it's a second consecutive final series that you've led the side to. We're looking forward to seeing how Oakleigh District goes today. All the best for you and the team, and hopefully for your sake, a win and a semi-final appearance next week.
I appreciate it, boys.
Good
Enjoy the
luck.
afternoon.
They're the senior coach of the Oakleigh District Football Club,
Thanks.
and as we said, they enter this final series with a real chance to advance through to a semi-final and play Knox next week. And just when you have the likes of not just Pearson as a coach, but Pearson as a player, he will be your match winner if they do win today.
Yeah. It will. And look, they having played this final last season, and it must have been hard coming in. You know, the first season they were obviously put in the higher division, and they knew they were out of their depth. But then they made finals, and the experience of just coming back here to Jubilee Park, knowing about the big wide open spaces, what it's like to play in an EFNL final, they really should be primed today.
Yeah, absolutely right.
And I think Coldstream, as I mentioned, they have experience on the big wider expanses, but not a whole lot of their players would have experience out here at Jubilee Park. You know, you look at the likes of maybe Brooke Castry when he was playing at the Basin a couple of seasons ago, but a lot of these players, I mean, Darcy Carrigan and Lachlan Craig would have played in their elimination final a couple of years ago when they took on.
I think we covered that game, didn't we?
Yeah, so I think that could play into Oakleigh's hands. That's something most of these players will have experience at Jubilee Park.
And I think one other thing as well that stands out to me for Oakleigh District, we went and saw them a home game against Sylvan where they were out of their depth against Sylvan. They came back from that later in the year and defeated Sylvan. So those losses against Coldstream earlier in the year, that's probably not going to worry them as much as it might
it's a long
look from
time
the
ago,
outside.
isn't it?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
I think the fact that with all those things happening last week, the fact that they actually they won themselves and got themselves into the fight. They didn't They didn't lose and let other teams slip up to make it. They won themselves, so I think that gives them a bit of confidence too. Obviously, we've got the Coldstream coach Jared Bayliss to join us shortly as well. But before we get to that, we'll go around the grounds from yesterday's games across the divisions. Some important clashes to touch on. We'll start with Division 4 and go through the results. Scoresby defeated Forest Hill yesterday. 26 goals, 14, 170 to 6-12, 48 Forest Hill. And we talk about Darcy Fritsch being very close to the 100. It's always Adam Amin. He kicked 13 yesterday, Josh. And I'm sure they were just feeding it to him in that last quarter.
92 goals for the season now for
92.
Adam.
Oh, he's one up on Fritsch.
And I know there's the former media manager, Matt Fodier, was enjoying it.
Yes, absolutely. That's how I found out. I saw on Fox Story yesterday. Whitehorse defeated Kilsyth. Now, this is a finals preview because the two sides will meet next Sunday. The Pioneers 18-10, 118 defeated Kilsyth 12-7, 79. So a 39-point win, Jared, going into a final series when you're playing the same opponent, obviously. Horvat comes back in the side, immediate impact right away, kicked the 5, McDougall kicked 4, Sim kicked 3. They're set up a little bit better, I think, when comparing the two sides and with their lists. And obviously, I don't know if they're going to get Tom Young back, which is going to be a big loss. I still think they've got a lot of work to do if they're going to match it with the top two, but they're going to enter next week as favourites.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we had maybe from the middle of the year had begun to identify Kilsyth as that fourth side, and the fact that they would have a lot of work to do, and perhaps they just don't have the cattle at the moment to push really for a premiership shot. Whitehorse, on the other hand, look, they're doing what they need to do, I suppose, there against Kilsyth, and bouncing back from perhaps what would have been a bit of a scary game against Croydon North Amlock. It would have been a bit ignominious for them to have lost that one, and not what they needed coming into a final series. But against a Kilsyth, well, that's going to give them the mental edge when they come up against them in the finals. Yeah,
I still think that Whitehorse, I think they'll have too much run though for Kilsyth. You know, that's my opinion.
Yeah, and I think the likes of Ed Sim, obviously Andrew Haining and Daniel Horvat are all going to play key roles.
Absolutely right. And the final game in Division 4, Croydon North Amlock versus Nuttawading. 140-point win for the Kangaroos, 27-16, 178 to 5-8, 38 Nuttawading. And again, I think the Lions had 7 or 8 changes on the week, which we covered on the podcast, Ray. And I think, and actually another big bag, talking about bags of goals, Jackson Holly kicked 10 goals for the Kangaroo Rams yesterday afternoon. And I would have to imagine, and I don't know, we'd go through back in the history books in the last few years, Ray, that would be their biggest win, wouldn't it?
Oh, without a doubt.
in our league,
without
has
a
to be.
doubt. Yeah.
I don't think they've
140
won.
points.
I don't think they've even won by 100 points. Possibly.
I'd be surprised if they had.
Yeah.
Disappointing for the Lions on the other point at hand of view, because they did have a solid, without getting the results, the 4 points. They were very competitive in probably the first half of the season, and leading into that back half, they've really dropped off. Kangaroos, they've got a lot to look forward to next year if they can obviously maintain their list and then build on it, add a few players in, and they can start to push top 4.
Yeah, and they've got the depth because their reserves, they're the first men's side of Croydon North Emlock to make finals this year for Croydon North Emlock, which is obviously great to see. Their women's made the finals a couple of years ago, but now their reserves are playing finals this year. And Jackson Ollie, that was only his second senior game, and he kicked 10 goals.
That's impressive. Yeah,
It's not bad. I mean, he's coming from Mount Evelyn in the off-season, but still, to kick 10 goals in only your second senior game, that's ultra impressive.
Yeah,
Josh, the big thing out of that is that they've recruited from Mount Evelyn. Now, Mount Evelyn's a huge club there in the Yarra Valley in the outer eastern competition, and for Emlock to start getting recruits from there and other sources, they're certainly on the right track.
They definitely are, and that leads us to next week's final series. And having a look on the Saturday, Scoresby will play Churnside Park in the qualifying final. That's actually out at Bayswater Oval too. And then on the Sunday, we are out at East Ringwood Reserve for Whitehorse versus Kilsyth. So those two sides, as we said, just played yesterday, so they're going to be quite familiar with each other. Scoresby Churnside, it's going to take a lot for that not to be the grand final at this stage. These two are by far the best two teams in the division. And interestingly enough, Ray, Scoresby, the only side they haven't beat this year is Churnside.
That's right. That's very interesting stat, isn't it? So that would mean that Churnside would have to go into this game as favourites and also very confident, to knock them off. But then again, you go back to Roval's, Noble Park beating Roval in the grand final. Roval knocked them off three times leading up to that grand final and then got knocked out. So you never know in a final.
South Belgrave versus Mitcham last year as well. I mean, no one had beaten the Saints.
Yeah, there's always a few twists and turns when you do get to finals, so we'll be keeping an eye on those two games. Next week, great to have the finals back for Division 4. Let's jump into Division 2. Obviously, we had the Division 3 qualifying final yesterday, which we can touch on maybe a bit later if we've still got the time. But looking at this clash here in Division 2 yesterday, Ringwood season was on the line and they did not show up. Out at Tormore Reserve, 18-22, 130. Baronia defeated Ringwood 3-7-25, and 55-3 at half time. That was over pretty quickly. Obviously, Baronia want to put together a good performance before they go and have the bye in the first week of the finals. Mitch Mellis, no surprise, listed best on for them. Ben Robinson back in the side, kicked 6. Begley kicked 4. And for Ringwood, the side only had the 3 goal kickers, no multiple goal scorers. So the Redback season comes to an end. I think probably, we saw them against Mulgrave and they blew their chances, Ray, particularly in that third quarter, or in that first quarter when they kicked 0 goal 6. Third term, they probably should have been a little bit further up going into the final break. And I think that probably just took the wind out of the sails.
And they're a side like Nuttawanning. First half of the season, they were winning. They were on top and not top of the ladder, but on top of their game and everything like that. But as the season went on, Ringwood, they've fallen away.
They have, Josh, and it's probably the issue they had this year was their injuries to a lot of their experienced players, and it forced them to probably have a pretty young lineup during the middle part of the season. And then even yesterday, they lose Latchford, George. I think they had another out as well. So it just hasn't worked for them. Baronia just by far the best side in this division, and I think we're going to be sitting here for the next month trying to work out a way for someone else to beat them in a final. Croydon did get him early in the season, but
that's the one shot.
I go back to that game when Mitch Mellis went down in that early second quarter. Baronia were up by 5 or 6 goals. If Mellis doesn't go down, I think they run over the top.
Begley went down in that game as well.
So I think the Blues are going to have to come from 4th and do the same way the Jets did last year, the pathway, because they've slipped up in the previous couple of weeks, Josh.
And I think they can do what Heathmont did last season. I think the Blues are certainly capable when they're at their best. they brought back Fraser Smith yesterday, and not too sure how well he went, but they've brought back players, so it's I think they're going to could potentially cause Baronia headaches, but you're right, they're by far and away the best side, Baronia, and we keep saying it, but if they were playing Division 1, they'd be a final side.
Yeah, look, I know you're all over that, the Blues there with that comment, Josh, but I've got my doubts whether you can win the premiership from fourth position, particularly with the other sides up there. Not only Baronia, but you've got Mulgrave. They're hard sides that they're going to have to beat, and to beat those sides, is it going to take a little bit out of them if and when they do come up in a grand final against Baronia?
It's a hard way to go from going from the elimination final to get there. The other game that intrigued us yesterday going into it was Mulgrave Templestowe, because there was a potential that these two sides could meet 2 weeks in a row, but the Lions were very strong at home. 37-point winners, 11-9, 75 to Templestowe 5-8, 38. So comfortable win at home. They flipped the result from earlier the season where Templestowe got a hold of them out at their ground. Connor Tilliard, absolute star, listed as their best player. Giovanini, no surprises, listed as Templestowe's best. Kicked 4 goals for them and has played a lot more time up forward. But I think there's two stories. Mulgrave, they earn the double chance, and they're going to be potentially a few players short of their best 22 if they don't get them back in time. But their second half of the year, I think in particular, has been really strong from a Lions point of view.
Definitely. It really felt like at the first start of the year we had to guess with Mulgrave. It was a toss of a coin whether or not they'd show up of a week. And then, I think that the landmark was that Waverley Blues win. And we really felt like things turned at that point, and you could start trusting Mulgrave a little bit more. And earlier in the season, perhaps that Templestowe game would have been one that they might have dropped, but they didn't. They won when they needed to, and their reward is a second chance in the final series. And I think that's a just reward for a team that's found its consistency throughout the season, even with some players missing from their lineup.
It's similar to last year where Mulgrave just came charging home to book themselves a final spot. This time around, it's different. They've got the double chance, and even if they lose next week, I certainly can see them winning a final even without Lin Chong. They showed yesterday they can find different avenues to goal, not just Adam Booth. They've got Austin Dean, Bailey Thompson coming back in, and there's still a lot of talent across the line, particularly in that midfield and forward line.
That's good to hear that Bailey Thompson's back in, because that was a rough hit on him in that game that we saw, and apparently it wasn't a great situation for him, so really good to hear.
Yeah. The only thing, if you wanted to put a question mark against Mulgrave, in my opinion, is the fact that they've had a couple of really big losses during the season. They've won lots of games and great, but their losses in certain circumstances have been huge.
They have. Obviously, they got pummeled by Baronia by 100 points earlier in the season. Again, I still think they're not the most trusting side.
Not completely.
Not completely, because they are. They've certainly had some surprise results across the way, but they've looked better in the last month. Templestowe, on the other hand, they're limping into a elimination final. I don't know if they're going to get Fogarty back. Need him. They were well beaten by Croydon the last time they played, which was the match of the round. I struggle to sort of see them finding a way to beat the Blues if the Blues are at full strength.
Yeah, and I think that game against Croydon for Templestowe, they were pretty much at full strength, bar Michael Fogarty. They might have had some changes that day, but I still think it's going to be really, really tough for Templestowe. With the way they've been performing in the last couple of weeks, that they'd be able to get the job done in elimination final. Credit to them for making finals, but it'd be surprising if they make it past the first week.
Yeah, definitely. I would say that, I'd hate to say making up the numbers, but that's just what it feels like Templestowe for this year. But, they can go back to the drawing board and take some positives from the year that they've had.
The other results, Waverley Blues bet the Basin by 110 points, 21-12, 138 to 4-4-28. The Bears, that puts their season to an end. It's been such a disappointing one for them. Hayden Smith has had a great year, though. Listed as their best again. Josh Williamson kicked 6 on the weekend. Nathan Buzzer kicked 4. Harding kicked 3. And a big win for them after a real shaky 3 or 4 weeks, Jared. They finished off the season strong in the last 3 games, and they're going to finish second. And a month ago, or 3 weeks ago, you wouldn't have picked it. You wouldn't have picked them out of the 3 or 4 sides that were there that were going to actually finish second. But other sides kept slipping up, and eventually they kicked into gear and earn the double chance.
Well, I guess that's it. You know, they had the credit in the bank from earlier in the year, and that's all it took in the end. It wasn't quite the Steve Bradbury type situation. It was, they were out in front of those other teams competing for a double chance, and ended up banking enough credit. As I said.
And with Croydon beating Heathmont 12-10-82 to 9-6-60, that sets up our roadmap to the grand final. You can see there the qualifying final next week between Waverley and Mulgrave out at Saturday at Walker Park. Sunday, the Blues take on the Dockers in the elimination final. As we said, we saw the Blues earlier in the season play the Dockers and won, I think, by 40 to 50 points in the end. They were very comfortable winners. Baronia waits in the second semi-final. They'll play the winner of the Waverley Blues Mulgrave game, while the loser then plays the winner of Croydon Temple. So just having a look at that, Ray, how hard is it for Croydon particularly, who we think are a big chance in a final series, to get to a grand final? They've got to do a ton of work, don't it? It's up against them.
Yeah, all I'll say in answer to that, Ryan, is I would put my money on Waverley Blues having more chance of getting to Baronia than what the other side.
To beat them, or just to play off?
Just to get to the playoff itself,
Because I worry for Baronia have matched up very well against Waverley this year, so a lot to play out in Division 2. We'll jump into Division 1. We've got Jared Bayliss also joining us not too far away. Beaconsfield Bayswater, Beaconsfield 20 goals 12, 132 to 6-6-42. Plenty of big results in terms of margins on the weekend. Charlie Muley kicked the 4 goals. Sabowski listed as their best player. He won't qualify, will he, Josh? Sabowski?
Possibly.
I think he's on the...
I think he's played 12 VFL games with Casey, so I don't think that means he qualifies.
No, I think that means he's out. So
that's a bit of a blow.
That is, going into next week's game against Montrose. But they finished off the season in red-hot form. We're probably unlucky on a couple of games. The Park Orchards one was one that they almost had. But they're going to enter next week's final with plenty of form. Doncaster, Mooroolbark yesterday, the Mustangs 23-point winners, 14-14, 98 to 11-9, 75 Doncaster. And they finished that season 6, Ray, 9-9, I think, having a look at the ladder. And that's probably where they should finish, really. They're not one of the top 5 sides, but they've been clearly better than the sides below in Mooroolbark.
And what they've been through over the last couple of seasons, they would be absolutely over the moon with that record for this season.
Yeah, I think so. I think that sums it up pretty well. Yeah. I don't think they're... and they'll obviously be disappointed because they want to play finals, but I think that's just the realistic way to look at it. South Belgrave, North Ringwood, 14-point winners, South Belgrave. Josh, 15-10, 100 to 13-8, 86. The Saints of the South Belgraves winning that game. Garner and Smith kicked 3 goals. Damien Garner, that is. Jack Myers listed as their best player. Liam Taylor has had a massive last month to the season for the Saints. He's probably been their best in the last 4 to 5 weeks. He was listed best on ground yesterday afternoon. Their season comes to end, North Ringwood. They'll have a new coach next season. A lot to look at forward to from a North Ringwood perspective across the off-season into 2025. Park Orchards versus Mitcham. Now, this is 1v2, and the Sharks 12-18-90 to 2-9-21. Mitcham returned the favour from the early match of the round, where it was pretty much the opposite way round. And I think for, obviously, a bit of a dead rubber, because the sides were Park Orchards were going to finish on top. Mitcham were going to finish in the second or third qualifying final. So I don't take too much from it. But I think it was important for Park Orchards, Ray, after probably a really disappointing result out at Walker Park early in the season, just to prove to themselves that they can beat anyone, because Mitcham was the only box they were left left to tick. So now they've done that. They've beaten every side in the top 5. So they go into this final series not afraid of anyone. Yeah, no,
look, Park Orchards, that's a great way to return the favour, from early in the season. But what was disappointing to me about Mitcham, you mightn't have been able to win the game, but to only kick 3 goals, was it, for that?
2 goals.
2 goals.
2 goals 9.
2 goals 9. That must be very disappointing with the finals, next week.
They resting players, Mitcham?
They were. They did have a few out, so that's not their strongest side.
Yeah.
It's not you don't want that result anyway, but they did. You look back at last year, look at their last 2 games of the season. They lost to Mooroolbark and Bayswater. 2 sides not in finals contention.
Yep.
So I don't really take too much from it.
They won the premiership from there,
Right. I just think the only thing I take away from it is that Park Orchards are going to be very, very hard to beat this final series. They've had a massive season, 17-1 they finished this year, and that just proved. I mean, obviously double relegation. Everyone knew about that before the season, so it is what it is. But they were definitely a side that could have easily played off pretty close to a final series if they stayed in Premier Division.
They could have done some damage. Because they were losing some close games to good opposition in Premier Division.
They beat Roval.
They beat Roval,
did.
exactly.
And in their last 2 seasons in Division 1, in 2021, which was obviously shortened, they've won 27 games and only lost twice in 29 games, which is just, it's a remarkable record. It's quite imposing, and they're going to head into finals a head full of steam.
Definitely right. In the final game in Division 1, Montrose at Wantirna South, 12-15-87. The D's to the Devils, 10-9-69. Ended up kicking 6 goals in that final term to run over the top. Montrose having a look at the goal kickers for them. Tanzabak kicked the 3 goals. Canny was listed as their best player. Now, I would imagine, hearing from everything, that Ryan Garthwaite will return next week. Very important he does play because Beaconsfield beaten him twice now this season, and in one of those games, Josh, I think Garthwaite may have kicked 6 or 7 in the loss. So very important that they do have him, as well as having those other contributors like a Tanzamac popping up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, Garthwaite did kick 7 goals against Beaconsfield in I think it was round 5 against them out of Montrose Recreation Reserve. But
how many weeks has he been out though?
I think
probably 5 weeks now?
Yeah, I reckon 5 weeks, because the last game he played was against Park Orchard.
To me, that's a bit of a worrying sign for me, because being out for that long, he's going to be a bit itchy going into this game. So I'd have a little bit of concern about that.
It's not ideal. He might come in a little underdone, and Beaconsfield will know that and put the required work into him to sort of take advantage of that.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And we are actually going to go to our first ad break here. We'll be back in a second to go over the other results around the grounds, touch on this game, the elimination final. Don't go anywhere. It is Coldstream versus Oakleigh District for the Eastland match of the round.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year, to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Jubilee Park. Elimination final for Division 3 between Oakleigh District and Coldstream. Currently in the reserves elimination final, it is Knox 10-6-66 leading Oakleigh 6-8-44. So 20 points up, looking at the 10-minute mark of that final term. So you'd imagine Knox would hold on for that game, and they'll have two finals next week with the senior side playing off against the winner of Coldstream and Oakleigh District in today's game. And just having a look at the Division 1 finals roadmap now, we talked about the 5 sides who have made it. South Belgrade will play Mitcham in the qualifying final. That will be at Saturday out at Tormore Reserve. On the Sunday, Montrose take on Beaconsfield in the elimination final. And interestingly enough, both those games, we both had South Belgrade beat Mitcham twice comfortably, and we've had Beaconsfield beat Montrose twice. So interesting how that's going to all play out. Park Orchards do wait in the semi-final, waiting to play the winner of Mitcham, South Belgrave, Josh.
I think with South Belgrave, though, their form heading into this final series has been shaky. Like, they literally just got over the line against North Ringwood, and they had to come from behind with a bit of inaccuracy against Bayswater. So they're not. I think Mitcham, if they get players back, then they'll go in pretty confident of knocking off South Belgrave. But I think having that mental edge for South Belgrave helps.
And Joe, this is what you've missed while you've been away in Europe and getting up to whatever you've been up to. I've been working so hard with Lee with getting these graphics up on the broadcast and things like this, where we're getting innovative coming into finals. But that is your roadmap there. So Park Orchards, the winner plays the winner of Mitcham, South Belgrave, Montrose, Beaconsfield, the elimination final. Looking forward to this final series. All 5 sides are very, very good sides who can beat one another on their day, Ray. It's I think probably as good as Park Orchards are, they're 17-1. They deserve to be favourites. I think every side has a case to make that they can at least make a run in a final series.
Yeah, well, yeah, every side has a case, that's for sure. But my own personal opinion, I just believe that the hardest one to make it to a grand final is Montrose. I just think that their form of late hasn't been really the best. And what Gary Ayres would be expecting going into a final series.
Yeah, probably compared to where they were earlier in the season, where they had that really strong start. But we'll obviously wait and see. Big game out there at Tormore next Sunday. Let's jump into Premier Division yesterday. Balwyn taking on Noble Park, and the Tigers 10-9-69 didn't enough to get over the Bulls 7-11-53. Urban listed as Balwyn's best player. Haley kicked the 3 goals for them. Sketcher, no surprises there, listed as Noble Park's best. Nelson kicked 3 goals. And what that does, obviously we're going to touch on East Ringwood in a second. They got the job done over Rowville. Balwyn's win locks up a double chance as well. So they'll play either Rowville or Vermont in the first week of the finals. As for East Ringwood, they've locked up a minor premiership because they defeated Rowville yesterday, 12-16, 88 to 7-14-56 the Hawks. So 32-point winners. James Below, another big game from him, listed best on. Connor Waitman kicked 3 goals, well evenly spread though across the board. As for Rowville, Shoalmakers listed as their best player. And Ray, we were actually talking off air, and you talked about the way that Shoalmakers went against the 2 big boys at East Ringwood and did his role very nicely.
Yeah, I was out there to see that. No, he's a workhorse, but he took on the 2 big boys, and my opinion, a lot of other people's opinion is that he defeated them. I mean, I think he's coming up for 32 years of age as well, so he's not a young chicken anymore. But no, his input into that game yesterday. But look, all in all, East Ringwood walked away with a 5-goal victory, but talking to Rowville after the game, they were happy with their performance, and it may sound strange, but they had 8 people unavailable in that side, Roval. They had a couple of debutants and reserves players playing in that side. Look, I know all sides have players unavailable, but you have a look at their 3-class midfielders have been missing also, and that's where they get their drive. Having said that, Lockie McDonald, he was his usual best yesterday, although he did make 2 turnovers within about 2 minutes. It cost the Roval 2 goals, and that's just not Lockie McDonald. But all in all, as I said, they were happy, if you can be happy out of a loss. They got Noble Park next week down at the Bull Ring, and Noble Park always fire up against Roval, a bit of rivalry there. But if they can win that, and I believe that, Vermont go out to East Ringwood, I believe East Ringwood should beat Vermont in my opinion. And if Roval can get the points, well, they'll hang on to that double chance.
That's right. They currently sit 4th, but with those games next week, a win against the Bulls, which is a must, plus a Vermont loss to East Ringwood, would put Roval back into the top 3. On East Ringwood, this is the side now that's locked up the minor premiership. They played finals, had a great season last year. They got to a final series. I think during the season they were even in the top 1 or 2 at stages during the season.
Yeah, halfway through the year they were up with, I think, only 1 loss to
which
their name.
Probably made their final series so disappointing that they slipped to an elimination and lost first week. They've got a point to prove this year. They've got better. They've got their list has improved. One of those players, obviously Sam Lowson, will play. He's qualified. He's certainly going to have a massive impact. And Ray, you were talking that it's going to take a lot for any of these other Premier Division sides to stop them at their full strength and at going. They're very hard to beat.
Oh, look, they moved the ball so quickly. Their midfield's good, and as you say, Lawson's down there. He kicked 2 early in the game yesterday, and he only got another one late in the game. So he didn't play the role that he played against Roval early in the season, where he absolutely dominated. But as I said, their combination where they got the 2 big rucks too, they can come on and off the ball. Their defence is very strong, and they just play a great style of football. Them and Roval, to me, play a similar attacking style of football. Baldwin, on the other hand, they are the defensive side of, stop the opposition from scoring rather than scoring ourselves. I stand up for criticism of that if there's any there, but that's just my opinion. The other side that is going to be a danger, of course, is South Croydon. I think they will get there now, I believe, Ryan.
Well, that's right. They did defeat Berwick yesterday, 12-11-83 to 7-4-46. What that does with Blackburn still did defeat Doncaster East as well, 16-12, 108 to 9-9-63. But next week, South Croydon play Doncaster East. I think the Lions have almost put the cue in the rack. I think it's going to be tough to see a way that they beat South Croydon next week. And Blackburn still have to play Baldwin. So if they do create the upset, they're still relying on now the Lions to knock off the Dogs. You've got 2 results that have to go your way. I think Blackburn probably just shot themselves in the foot last week against the Bulls. I am with you, Ray. I think now, but I mean we've seen funny things happen, and they've got to go out next week and make sure they beat Doncaster East first, lock up that spot, and then it doesn't matter what happens with the other game.
Exactly. Although Blackburn, I give them a shot in terms of at least winning that game against Baldwin. I think, just seeing that score against Noble Park and only a 16-point victory to the Tigers, it's not emphatic. It's not what they want to be coming into the final series with, essentially.
But, Jared, a lot of that is what I said. Baldwin aren't a high-scoring. The only time Baldwin score over 10 goals is Haley kicks 6 or so. Apart from that, they're more a defensive side. Don't let the opposition score. Doesn't matter if we only kick 6, as long as the opposition doesn't kick 5. So a 16-point win or whatever it was you said, that's a good win.
And the last time they played Blackburn, it was only 9 points out of Baldwin Park. So Blackburn will go in confident, especially out at Morn Jacket with the support of the Red Jackets behind them.
Correct. They're going to have to get 2 results go their way. Just reading through the comments, who's winning in the reserves game? If you are listening in and want to know the score on that one, Knox 10-6-66, leading Oakleigh District 6-9-45, and we're 18 and a half minutes played in the 4th term. So Knox are going to go through in the reserves elimination final. They're going to win that game, and let us know where you're listening in and watching on from, as always, or whether it's Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or our Facebook and YouTube streams. We always love to hear that. As we touched on with the Premier Division, the final game, Vermont versus Norwood, 16-15, 111 to 8-5-53. Vermont running out big winners over Norwood. So what it does now, and we haven't got the graphic because finals aren't ready yet, so I haven't put that together, but having a look at the top 5, East Ringwood are going to finish on top. They're 2 games clear of Baldwin. Baldwin will finish with a double chance in the second or third spot. Vermont Roval is where it gets interesting. Currently, Vermont sit a game ahead of Roval, but as we said, it's still tough because they've got to knock off East Ringwood next week if they are to earn the double chance. Beat the Roos, you've got yourself the double chance. Lose, Roval beat Noble, Roval jump into the double chance, and Vermont would play South Croydon, unless if Blackburn beat Baldwin, South Croydon lose to Doncaster East. I know we're talking a lot of hypotheticals, and Ray hates the hypotheticals. And then, of course, at the bottom of the ladder, there's a bit of intrigue as well. Berwick and Norwood, 9th and 10th. The relegation battle next Saturday out at Mullen Reserve, Ray. And you reckon you expect a big crowd down there for both sides? Get down and support your senior side with all on the line.
Well, they've got a lot to play for, both these clubs. They would both want to stay up in Premier Division. What I'm interested, what's the difference? I know it doesn't matter, whoever wins is in, but what's the difference in their percentage as far as
6%.
So there's not a big difference as far as their performances over the season. The only thing I would say was that probably Norwood, a couple of their losses have been greater than Berwick's.
Yeah, correct. And unfortunately, they didn't get the reserves side up yesterday, Josh, and it's just been a real hard year for the club. And Berwick did get him in a game that you were there earlier in the season, Ray, where Berwick beat Norwood. Not by much. I think it was about 20 points.
Yeah, they got down to 7 points with about 5 minutes to go in that game. But a pleasing thing out of the whole season is that they have put Brett Moyle staying on down there.
Yeah, I like that.
That is huge. That's huge.
Yeah, they've shown the faith in him, and there's not much more he can do. It's a very young list. It's a completely new side, Josh.
Yeah, and Berwick have also announced their new coach as the reserves game finishes. Knox do win 66-45. So, well, it could be a kick after the siren, but
either way, it's all
Knox
over.
Win. But Berwick have announced Andrew Williams, an ex-AFL player, at the helm for Berwick next season. So. That'll be interesting to see how he goes
Josh,
with the young
do you know, has he been coaching recently, or is he just...
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
I think they said on their announcement he was a VFL assistant, but I'm not too sure where he has been coaching.
Because I believe that it's very, very important for the EFNL to have both Beaconsfield and Berwick as competitive sides just down there for the market down in that area.
Definitely. And that consistency, that continuity, in fact, with Brett Moyle staying on with Norwood, that's very important for a young team. And at least, if they do slip down to Division 1, they're going to be more prepared there than if they had just thrown the toys out of the cot after a disappointing year under Brett Moyle. So I'm glad he's still on.
Yeah, I'm absolutely very happy to see that. So that rounds out our recap from yesterday and Saturday's games. As well as, forgot about, we didn't talk about the Div 3 qualifying final, which, Josh, we were obviously here yesterday and saw a lot of it, so you can catch the action on our Facebook and YouTube pages. The live stream still up. But Josh, your thoughts? You're calling it with Surrey and Knox, and a very interesting game where it was quite tight for pretty much all afternoon. Surrey Park broke away late and deserved to win, and probably had a few chances to extend that margin with some missed shots. And at three-quarter time, what were they? They were less than a goal, I think 4 points in front or something like that, but could have been more.
So, yeah.
And in the end, they did enough to get across.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think Knox were really good in that first half. They showed plenty of promise, particularly on the turnover game and their run from defence, which was really strong, led by the likes of their midfielders, Gavin Pears, who was really good. Zach Hanlon when he was playing in ruck. But I just felt, when Harrison Greaves went into ruck, that Zach Hanlon was a bit of a loss going up forward. And I think Greaves won the hit outs, but he wasn't tapping it down to the likes of Jordan Love and Gavin Pears, and that's, I felt like, where Surrey won the game, because whenever Greaves was taking it out of ruck, they were pressuring him a bit. And I think there was honestly a thought that where me personally was waiting for Surrey Park to just break through and get a couple of goals on the board, because they were missing some chances, not just in the fourth quarter but the third quarter, and they did that late on. But to Knox's credit, they showed a lot of fight, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do in their first semi-final next week, Jared.
Absolutely, and I think the one thing that for me Surrey Park's defence, I was really impressed with, given that it started off looking like it was going to be pretty bad. It looked like it was going to be the Harry Greaves show, but they were able to tighten up on him and make sure that, even if he was creating the contest, ball was coming to ground level, they were able to bring it out of defence really easily, the Panthers. There wasn't much forward pressure by the Falcons, and on that, by that same metric, it means that Surrey Park were really sharp and, were able to nullify some of the Knox's small forwards.
Certainly right, and as the reserve sides come off the ground, we've got the senior side about to run out. So we're going to go to our last ad break before we bring back the call team. Jared, Josh, Ray, thank you all for joining me on the pre-game.
Pleasure.
We're minutes away from the Elimination Final in Division 3, Coldstream taking on Oakleigh District. See you soon.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Jubilee Park Division 3 Elimination Final. Coldstream taking on the Oakleigh District, the winner to meet Knox in the second semi-final next week. The loser is out and it is done for season 2024. So everything to play for today. The stakes are on the line. Ryan Long here with Gav Casey, Josh Ward, Ray Baird, Paul Uconi, Jared Beanland and Chris Curtis on the boundary as well. Gav, great to have you back. Sunday operator, finals operator. You love this sort of stuff.
Yeah, Sundays are now my go, and it's great that we have Sundays available for me. Had the last game was the Roval home game in the home and away, and I think it's a feature day that could be made a bit more of, actually. Just a small point before I reckon some clubs could really make some hay out of making Sunday
games.
Yeah, just once in a while.
Pushing for his Sunday game.
Yeah.
make some hay out of getting Gav on board.
Correct. It was nice of the EFNL to accommodate me. But it's not about me, and it's about the two teams today. Looking forward to it because Oakleigh District's first final in the EFNL.
Last year they second final series.
Second final series. So they're 3 years now, is it,
Yep.
in the comp. So they're starting to grow some strength in their club, get used to the standard that they needed to bring after their first year just to get adjusted. So it's great to see them involved today. And I think whoever wins this would go in with some confidence that next week Knox isn't an impossible task. So looking forward to this, the matchup would seem that the form line would suggest Coldstream. If you just compare them maybe against their Surrey Park games, Coldstream might have the advantage in the home and away in recent times because does Oakleigh have the scoring power to match the scoring power on the Coldstream side?
Absolutely. It's there's still some attacking weapons. You know, you've got the likes of Blake Pearson who can get on the scoreboard. Mark Stevens has proven to be a very handy goal kicker. But yeah, Coldstream do go into this game as favourites. I had them as my tip for the Division 3 preview article I wrote on the EFNL website. So they started to get back into form last weekend, but they're still probably not going to head into this game as confident as they would have been if finals had started halfway through the season.
Yeah, it's interesting. What do you think their strengths and weaknesses are, Ray, in comparison to the two sides? Is it a midfield battle first and foremost, or?
Well, I think that's going to be one of the highlights today is the midfield. But with Pearson in the midfield, he's going to get a hell of a lot of the ball. But then you come up against Darcy Carrigan, one of the best midfields, has been for a long time, up there at Coldstream. And then you go down forward. Fritz is going to be a big problem for Oakleigh Districts, I believe. And look, I just think the big wide open spaces. You come here. I noticed it last week when we were here. From Mulgrave and Ringwood. It's a different game of football you play here. You don't have one-on-one contests. You kick to the open spaces and you expect your teammate to run onto it. And because of that, I just believe that the foot speed of Coldstream will be a bit quicker than what Oakleigh Districts.
Yeah, it'll be certainly interesting. And Josh, I'll get to you in just a second because we've also got to welcome in Paul Uconi, who'll be in the Stats Centre again today after a big day yesterday. Paul, always good to have you come finals.
Yeah, it was a great contest yesterday, and it's good to be back out here again at Jubilee. And looking forward to this contest.
Certainly right. And we've got the two boys on the boundary. We've got Jared Beanland and Chris Curtis. We'll start with you, Chris. It's I think one of your first finals games on the actual air. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I don't think you're far off it.
It's always good to have your company, and it's a big day. How are the conditions out on ground levels as two sides make their way out in the field?
Thank you, mate. First of all, happy to be here. Pleasure as always. It is absolutely perfect out here. Playing area looks immaculate. Next to no wind down here that I can feel, and it just looks like it's primed and ready for final footy.
Certainly right. And boys, your tips this afternoon, because we are just a moment away from starting.
Thanks, Ryan. I've got... I'm going to go with Oakleigh District by about 2 goals and Darcy Fritz to kick 8.
So that would mean he would finish on 99 goals. So you're predicting the one short, but interesting. And Chris, your tip?
I'm going Coldstream, boys. I like the way they look today.
Thanks, Chris. Paul, your tip this afternoon?
I'm going to go Coldstream by about 2 to 3 goals.
Ray?
Coldstream by 24 points.
Josh Ward?
Coldstream by 20 points.
Gav Casey?
I'll go Coldstream by 15.
Yeah, I'm going to go Coldstream by 24 points as
Boundary.
well. Back down to the boundary. Thanks to Tobin Brothers.
Yeah, it'll be Oakleigh District going to the left of your radio dial.
Thanks there, Jared. Division 3 Elimination Final underway. Gav Casey, take us underway.
Warren rucking for Oakleigh Districts versus Lehman of Coldstream. Lehman won the tap forward advantage, but it hasn't created anything yet. So a secondary ball up here at Jubilee Park. Coldstream in the blue. The interesting alternate Guernsey for Oakleigh District have got a bit of a silver number, a light grey with their traditional black and white involved, and Coldstream typical blue and white. Kick goes forward for Oakleigh District inside 50, bouncing ball. It's bumbling around. Might have been just now captured by the running player just checking the numbers. So it's goal square mark just spilt at there, and just with the change of numbers, I'm just catching up. Was that kick forward by Lamidi?
Bonacci, I believe.
Oh, Bonacci, sorry, my bad. Bonacci spilled mark on the goal line, and Oakleigh Districts get the first score as Bonacci's kick just dropped short.
So they're on the board as Coldstream looked to clear it out. Strong mark taken there by Jake Sheriff. At half back for the Cougars. Has the short kick towards the coach, and Jared Bayliss taking the mark on the chest. Taking over the side this season after Coldstream missed the finals last year, and they're certainly back with a different list, and great to see them on the big deck here at finals. This kicks, though, a bit of a turnover into the hands of Oakleigh District through Benaki, who goes towards the middle of the ground. Big tackle laid. Castry did the work. Got it out to Carrigan. Through the middle they go. It's Bayless. Just went through the hands of Fritsch. Out at centre half forward now. Warren doing nicely, but his kick was smothered by Craig. Bouncing footy. Dangerous area here. Craig trying to run onto this one. Doing nicely. Oakleigh District under a bit of pressure. They'll look to clear this one out. A mark's taken, and there are a chance here to go out. The kick, though, right into the man on the mark. Bit of pressure from both sides so far. The handball over the top from Conti. He might receive this back from Fritsch, and he's caught in a big tackle.
Andrew.
And in fact, that's Gary Conyers there. As let's go down to the boundary with Chris Curtis.
Boys, just a quick one. Mitchell Trait from Oakleigh District involved in that big tackle, just holding his shoulder, still doesn't look comfortable as it is. He's just come off.
Craig's hand pass forward was just smothered. He goes in again as he took the ruck duties, but he took on the tackler, says the umpire, and the kick forward from Coldstream will be a reversal and a free kick to Warren, who's protesting that was played on after the whistle. But Warren will have it. Defensive 50 arc is the man on the mark. He'll just go long, but he goes in the corridor. A risky kick if it doesn't bounce, and it bounces the way to Coldstream. Goes to Shield. Shield goes in the middle. A turnover kick might just get Connolly getting it going for the district. Oakleigh District have got a long, straight kick down a leading option. No mark taken on the lead this time by Stevens. So Coldstream at ground level will feed it out towards Castry on the run. Has to still take steed of what's in front of him. Connolly was pressure from Oakleigh Districts, and now it's a contested ball out of wing. No clear possession one. It's bumbling around. The umpire can't get involved because it's just out of reach of everyone, it seems. Blacks couldn't get onto it but he's got a teammate. Oakleigh District go forward again. The kick inside 50. Numbers are advantage of the opposition. Spill ball there in Bayless. Coldstream as Oakleigh District's inside 50 meant nothing. But the kick went out on the full from Bayless, and it's going to be a turnover, meaning another inside 50 for Oakleigh District. Will go boundary in a sec. So 46 is O'Neill today. Could be 10 during the season, but he's 46 today. His ball's not marked. Ground level by Sheriff. He'll do some mopping up. Goes towards O'Neill versus Langdon. Ground level ball after the contested mark. It's been mopped up by Black. Black goes in Boyd and hits up a target. Here's another shot at goal for Apostolopoulos in Oakleigh Districts. Will have a kick from about 40 metres out in the pocket.
Oakleigh Special's been really good to start this contest. They've come out with intent.
And the kick too from Black, that was a hard one right on the boundary.
But it got into the dangerous area where Apostolopoulos was on spot and took a mark from 40. It'll test accuracy and length. He just arcs out a bit on the right, puts it to the teeth of the goal, just drops short. No mark taken from Oakleigh District. A lot of pressure on Coldstream. Was that dropped in a tackle? The umpire gives a bit of latitude to the defence and allows them to spill it over for a minor score conceded. 2 points for Oakleigh District, leading by that margin 4 minutes in. Let's get some stats from Paul.
Yeah, Oakleigh District have the early forward dominance. They lead the inside 50s 5-2.
So Carrigan clearing it out of defence now, going down the line looking for Conti. He's well pressured, and as Josh said, that's been a highlight in the first couple of minutes for Oakleigh. But they link up through the middle again. Coldstream through Bayless. Bayless went without it, but still picked it up, had time, and goes forward in the direction of Darcy Fritsch. And he's going to be a big handful for that Oakleigh District defence, and he's had 91 goals for the season. If he kicks this, he'll be the first of the game in the Elimination Final. And also he'll be goal number 92.
That ball moving forward through the centre there. Darcy Frist was the one that started that whole ball as it come rumbling into the centre half forward. But he's one of the players that Oakleigh Districts have really got to keep very close on.
Many sides have struggled to contain him this season. He's looking to put Coldstream's first on the board. And the kick is good. First for Fritsch, 92 for the season. And Coldstream, 1 straight 6. Lead the Oakleigh District 2 behinds. As you can see, the Darcy Fritsch tracker on 92 goals for the season.
Boundary.
Let's go down to the boundary, Jared Beanland.
Well, it's timely because I've got some matchups for you, gentlemen. Fritsch has got Lamidi following him, so big job for Raheem Lamidi. Meanwhile, Dylan Hilton has gone to Edmonds. Down the other end of the ground, Fig has got the big job against Mark Stevens today, and I've spotted Hammond tailing around Connor Cochran.
Ambrose does a good effort in the ruck for Oakleigh Districts against Lehman. Ball goes forward. A high over the shoulder free kick will go the way, though, of Coldstream, and picking himself up is McInerney. Hands it off to Carrigan, who's a great runner for the team, but he's just a short spearing pass into the middle. Finds his teammate in Grant. Grant looks at his options, goes long. Leading onto it nicely was Langdon. And he takes Mark Quick to play on, back to Carrigan, who was under a heap of pressure in the corridor, so he pops a kick into the pocket. Fritsch couldn't get on the end of it. The kick was rushed, almost kicking it mid-air was the defence of Oakleigh Districts. Turnover ball, a lot of pressure on. Grant's there, feeds it back. Now they're trying to push off and get it going through Conyers. Conyers does push off, finally gets a kick, but it's a high up and under. Heaps of players go for the mark. Ground level ball just eludes Grant while he was running towards goal. High up and under again from Coldstream, and this time the defence will hold up nicely, and a relieving mark for Oakleigh Districts at the top of the goal square. So the long ball goes out. 1v3. The one is big. That is a fly and a half, Cochran, and he went over the top of the defence. And he took a great mark. Pearson quick to play on. We're just recovering from that goal, and it's now Dobson on the end of it. So 3 kicks from full back, and Dobson's got a shot at goal.
And how about that mark from Connor Cochran? And Ruben Mazda mark of the week contender from Cochran, and just absolutely brilliant build-up from the Oakleigh District.
He was eye level with us up here on the balcony.
Well, you just wonder about the confidence in the kicker to go, well, there's 3 Coldstream players, but here we go, Cochran's there. And in the end, it's Dobson who takes the leading mark 40 metres out directly in front. And this will be a great team goal. And I think it might just fire up Oakleigh Districts in this elimination final. Dobson from 45 trots in, puts a long ball in it, says the director's Fritsch had it. And then now it's a goal apiece. One straight Coldstream trailing Oakleigh Districts 1-2-8, and we've played 8 minutes first term of the elimination final.
Well, I reckon he was the difference maker in that Sylvan Oakleigh District grand final last year. Was Jack Dobson. I think kicked 4 that day, including the match winner, and he's certainly going to play a key role today with a brilliant kick like that, Ray.
And that's a fantastic answer to the goal that Coldstream got. Straight away you get one back, and that's really what counts.
Certainly right there. Started this game quite well, Oakleigh District, so they get some reward. 1-2-8 to 1 straight 6. Coming up to the 9th minute mark of this first term, elimination final. Back in the middle they go again, tap down from Warren. We're going to get another ball up again, right in the centre out here at Jubilee Park. Conditions are perfect.
Boundary.
Let's go down to Jared Beanland.
Bad news for Oakleigh District. The shoulder injury that Mitch Trait has come off with looks to be game-ending.
That is very unfortunate as Oakleigh District go forward again, though. A chance for a second in a minute, running onto this one now. Trying to get a hold of it, Benaki. They do nicely. They go back a bit into towards the corridor and taking a mark. And a chance for Oakleigh District second in a minute.
Boys, just as that ball was bounced after that goal, Ryan Pearson ran from the half-back line to the midfield. He's the one that kicked it out.
So Connor Cochran will line up from about 40 metres out. Bit of an angle out here at Jubilee. Bit of wind to deal with as well. We saw him take the Ringwood Mazda mark of the day just moments ago, and he'll be lining up for Oakleigh District second. He's going to push it to the left, though. You can see the wind taking that one, and in fact, out of bounds on the full, so no score. Oakleigh District remain 1-2-8. Coldstream 1 straight 6. We've played 10 minutes first term.
So the kick cross ground, but it's safe for Coldstream. And now trying to get it running is Warren for Coldstream. Long kick out to no one in particular. Might be a turnover ball, but it's close to the outer side, and it's out of bounds. The boundary umpire will get involved. So 2 kicks, and Coldstream transition from right back pocket to the left wing, but it's a 50-50 ball with Oakleigh District's Warren versus the ruck of Lehman. So there's 2 Warns out there, 1 for each side. Ground level ball won by Coldstream. Dangerously goes into the middle, sets up and bounces centre forward. There's 2 players for Oakleigh Districts, one of them being Defeed gets a long ball in, and that's a beautiful mark with the fly to the ball, Pearson, and he just draws it in with his right arm into his chest, and that was courage, skill and grace all at once.
And the play from Daniel Defeaty from before as well, to take control of it was absolutely just as good as Pearson's mark, I reckon.
And from around the corner, it's not Alleguet this time, so he just misses everything and it bounces just before the line. No, it's out on the full, so Pearson can't follow up the great mark with a great score. And it's still Oakleigh District's 1-2-8 leading Coldstream 1 straight 6 points.
He's probably the only player on the ground that could have taken that mark, Blake Pearson. The one-handed grab as Coldstream will take this in the back pocket. Short kick. Finds Hammond at full pack. Passes it off. And they link up. Dangerous kick and it falls into the hands of Pearson. It's been cut off. They overdid it. Pearson plays on. Goes through the corridor. Slipped through the hands of a Coldstream defender. Try to get rid of it. Few mistakes from both sides as Oakleigh District will be okay with the stoppage.
Do you think Pearson's finessing his kicks a little bit? Or just
I think he wasn't confident having another shot, though he passed it off.
But even the pass was a bit like spearing it in, trying to be accurate as...
We're going to go to Paul Uconi in the stats center in just a moment. Tap down from Cochrane. And we're going to get another ball up. So, Paul, what have you got for us?
Tackle count at the moment is 8-3 the way of Oakleigh District.
Yeah, that's a real standout figure. That's what they are really tackling hard.
And they're going to have to keep that intensity all up this afternoon if they are to win. Taking on an opponent there. No free kick for Coldstream. We'll get another ball up.
And what are the clearance numbers as well, Paul?
2 apace so far.
They've done well to contain that clearance of the Oakleigh District in the opening stages.
Lehman smartly clears the areas of the stoppage, taps it towards the boundary, had a player on board. The kick finds a teammate, and Grant's got it for Coldstream at half back. Looks inboard, that's a dangerous kick. Down the line, he's got Bayless turning inside and out before he knows where the ball is, so it's a turnover as Oakleigh Districts react. Their kick goes forward, but to no one of their own team. So Castry finds his teammate and Craig. Craig will steady it down just because of the missed targets. I think that's wise by Craig. Good experience in Nouse. Now we go long down the line from half back to half forward. Bayless underneath it, wrestling with his opponent. Punchy gets in just to keep it at ground level and a contest. Ball flies out, but it'll fly out of bounds. And it'll be a ball in. Centre wing, broadcast side. If you're watching on the stream, the pavilion here at Ringwood is a fantastic viewing point. And it's right underneath our noses here as we commentate this Elimination Final Division 3. Well done by Lehman, pushes off, but his hand pass was sort of smothered, so Coldstream don't keep possession. Bonacci gets it forward. His kick doesn't find a teammate. Ground level scrap for the ball. Apostolopoulos gets it though to his teammate again. Bonacci gets involved and he finds his teammate in Pearson. Pearson from 50 will go from, sorry, this time it's Hawkins. Hawkins goes across ground and he finds his teammate in O'Neill at centre half forward. So that was great play, great spot up play for finding O'Neill.
Absolutely great vision and great disposal there.
And Bonacci as well, he's causing Coldstream a lot of headaches up forward and midfield.
To run from where he's kicking it to be at the spill of the next contest is brilliant. So O'Neill from centre forward, 45 metres out. Has he got the legs on it? Well, it did get the journey, but it just missed to the right. So it's a minor score for Oakleigh Districts, 1-3-9. Lead by 3 points to Oakleigh Districts over Coldstream, 1 straight 6. There'll be a callback kick. The flag wasn't finished waving at the 14.5-minute mark, so we'll have a take 2 at fullback for
That's
Coldstream.
right. So take 2 for Coldstream. They'll this time go towards the far side at Jubilee Park. Running in to take that mark was Fig. Played on right away, got the handball off, and Coldstream are out on that far side in the direction of Darcy Fritsch. Got an opponent to beat and doing very well there was Lamidi, who switched numbers on us today, and a free kick has been paid, and it is going in the direction of Coldstream. Straight away they're going to play on and go inside 50, again in the direction of Fritsch, and taking the mark, the intercept mark there was Connor Morgan, doing very nicely. Looks for the short option. If you've just joined us, it's Oakleigh District 1-3-9 leading Coldstream 1 straight 6, 15 minutes played in his first term. Going down the line again, they find another target in Connolly. Connolly, the short chip forward. They make their way towards the middle of the ground. Right near the scoreboard end. Going through is Hawkins. The short chip finds another target. And they've just slowly made their way up, maintaining possession of the football. Here's Warren. At 70 from home, will send it inside 50, tied in the pocket there, and no free kick's going to be awarded. That will be a boundary throw-in on that far side. 16 minutes played first term. Oakleigh District leading by 3 points.
Nice possession play there, bit of tempo control, but in the end, Cochrane just couldn't be the last mark on the end of a chain of marks that Oakleigh District formed. What a short passes, took their time. Craig was the rover. The big boy gets it on the boot, kicks it long out, but it's ill-directed, and mopping up the mark is Warren. So he's got a spearing ball to centre forward. Now can Oakleigh District produce something on the lead? Nicely done. The pass was exquisite. Low burner. I think that was
Blake
Pearson. Yeah, Blake Pearson. Just trying to first name there because there's two Pearsons.
It was Ryan.
Ryan. So that's right. You scrolled me into that. I was trying to search for Ryan's name, and it's Ryan Pearson spearing the pass in, and he found his teammate on the end. And Dobson will look for his second goal. Let's get some stats just before the kick.
Yeah, danger signs early for Coldstream, as Oakleigh District have already taken 7 forward 50 marks.
Well, they definitely like the possession game so far. Dobson, he's a long kick, and even with the wind, he beautifully, precisely put it towards the goals, and it was a beautiful kick. 2 goals to Oakleigh Districts. They now lead by 9, 2-3-15. Coldstream 1 straight 6.
2 goals to Oakleigh Districts, 2 goals to Jack Dobson. He's gonna. Coldstream are gonna have to man up on him because he's very
loves
dangerous.
a goal at Jubilee, doesn't he?
And Oakleigh District have done really well to go to different avenues rather than Coldstream, who have just pretty much gone to Darcy Fritsch on the odd occasion, particularly the last couple of minutes.
It is something they do need to have a look at because he's been outnumbered 2 or 3 times the last times they've gone down to him. So they can't be silly, but back in the middle again, as we said, Oakleigh District with the quick start, 2-3 to 1 straight in this elimination final. We'll get another ball up back in the middle of the ground again. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or on our Facebook and YouTube streams. Big game, the winner to play Knox next Sunday back here at Jubilee Park. Tap down from Lehman. Went without it. Coming in there was Ambrose for Oakleigh. And again, we'll just have another stoppage. 1 straight 6, 2-3-15. The ball up again. Lehman got the tap forward. It's going nowhere, and we're going to get yet another stoppage.
Boundary.
Let's go down the boundary, Jared Beanland.
Oakleigh really trying to focus on their stoppage game. Ryan Pearson's running off the half-forward line to come up and create another pair at the contest, dragging Verstegen up.
So here Coldstream go inside 50. Almost a mark taken. It falls out in the front to Craig. Tackled by 2 Oakleigh District players. Trying to grab it out there was Edmonds. But the umpire said, give it to me, and we'll get a ball up inside 50.
So Coldstream setting up from the ball up, 40 metres out for a shot at goal is in their interest. Craig goes in, doesn't have a high leap, but almost tries to rove off the opponent's ruckman. Chasing the player was Grant, spills out to his teammate. Chandler tries to get it going in his path, and he gets tackled before he can hand pass it to his teammate in white. So it'll be brought back for a ball up in the forward pocket. So Oakleigh District's pressure around the ball handle has been pretty good. Rucks go at it. Craig again just tries to nullify his opponent in Ambrose. Kick goes forward, but Oakleigh Districts again holding up nicely in last line of defence. A lot of pressure as Coldstream do take possession, but there's a lot of players around the ball for another ball up, forward pocket. Coldstream 6, trailing Oakleigh Districts 15. We approach time on, first term of this elimination final. Craig again will try to set up body position. His opponent will try to get around him, but Craig taps it out, and it just bounces off players and out of bounds. So a boundary throw in 20 metres around from the right-hand point post. So it's an interesting ruck duel. Craig versus Ambrose, who's coming in, trying to not get any body contact until he gets the contest. And at ground level, it's a pretty much a nullifying game. Craig again, front position, knocks it down to Conyers. He can't get out of a tackle because the ball's not really leaving an arc of the ruck contest. Again, they go at it. Craig. This time Ambrose tries to go over the top of him. Tap roved by Coldstream, but a smothered ball bounces out and goes out of bounds. I'm not going to get this moving.
No. A lot of stoppages in the last 5 minutes. We've played 21 minutes just about, and it is Oakleigh District 2-3-15 to Coldstream 1 straight 6. The sides met in round 1 and 10 this year, and Coldstream were victors in both games. As the Craig tries to just ram his way through a pack of players, and he's going nowhere. So yet another ball up. And in that last game was out at Coldstream Reserve, where the Cougars certainly got on top and had a big win early in the season, quite close. Conyers with a kick forward, bouncing towards the boundary line, and they'll see it out. So right down the right end of your screen, we'll get another boundary throw in. But Coldstream have been able to lock it up in their forward half for the last few minutes after being really challenged by Oakleigh early on this game. Craig again versus Ambrose. No real winner there. Trying to get a kick over the top of his head with Shield, and the ball bounces back out of bounds.
But whilst they've had the territory, Coldstream, Oakleigh District's defence has held up really well, and they're getting a lot of numbers to the contest.
If we were taking stats for Smothers, it's getting high.
Yes, there'd be quite a few.
So again, different ruck contest. No, it's still Craig versus Ambrose. Craig front position, Ambrose over the top. Ground level ball taken by White. Kicks it around the corner. And Mark, last line of defence again. And Oakleigh Districts do very nicely. They've been holding up. That's why they've only conceded 1 goal. Long ball from the back pocket to that man Cochrane. You'd love that position. This time he doesn't leave the ground. He's a long way away from goals. So he puts a long searching ball, hoping Trait runs into it. The ball might just sit for Warren. He's ruckman, he's loping over, and the other 20, Warren, is the other man to bump into him, and he didn't come well because he hit his head, Coldstream's Warren, and we'll get some stats and we'll just see how Warren is after that.
Yeah, Oakleigh District have been really solid down back. They've taken 7 intercept marks to zip.
So it was a battle of Warns, and they both were worn out by the end of it. So
you love those ones, you.
I didn't even set myself up for that when it just came out. So anyway, it's a ball up. It's 60 metres from Coldstream's goal. And we'll see what happens next, because the ruck contest have been a nullifying duel so far. Lehman ruck taps it to the boundary line, and Potsolopoulos is happy to take it out and create another ball in. 60 around from Oakleigh District's goals. They've had a great quarter. They've probably made the most of their opportunities, you'd say, 2-3.
Yeah, they would.
Yeah, I think they wouldn't mind one more goal. 15-point buffer heading into quarter time is pretty handy.
And defensively, they've held up pretty nicely. So Coldstream trying to get out of their half-back line, but again, the ball comes off the rock contest and out of bounds. So the umpires are getting their money's worth. If it's a repeat effort, they're going to be very tired.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So boundary throw in here, as we said, about 60 out from the Oakleigh District goals. One more goal before quarter time would be a fair lead in the elimination final. We're going to get another stoppage again. Still about 60 out from home. 2-3 plays 1 straight 6. Lehman and Warren go at it in the ruck. Lehman gets a tap down. Run onto this is Conyers. He's able to pick it up. Has a bit of time, spinning around and looking for Craig. And it's intercepted there by D'Arcy Grant. Grant inside 50, a good kick forward. Almost a mark taken on the lead. Coldstream, we've got numbers around the footy. Lehman will be able to clear this one out. The kick wasn't a bit of a dribbler. Craig did well, got the handball off to Shield. Shield goes towards a teammate in the middle of the ground. Did very nicely, did Felstead. Got the handball back, and they go again through the corridor. And a mark taken by Jeremy Conti, who goes forward. The kick wasn't great, but it just went over the Oakleigh District defender to give themselves a chance. Laying the pressure there was McInerney, getting the handball out to D'Arcy Grant. Going back again, Apostolopoulos, caught by Fritsch, and it's holding the ball. And he is a fair way out, is Darcy Fritsch. He'll be kicking from outside the 50-metre arc on a very tough angle out here at Jubilee Park. The wind has dropped off a little bit.
Kicks this big. Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day contender, Ryan?
It would. We don't have the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day award today, but there is your quarter-time siren. So after the quarter-time siren kicking, Darcy Fritsch has already got 1 goal on the board. Coldstream 1 straight 6. Oakleigh District 2-3-15. He's kicking from outside the arc. Tough angle out here at Jubilee Park. He'll take his best, but if someone can kick it, it is Fritsch. The kick is beautiful. Just watch that. Hold its line. It was touched on the line, so no goal there from Darcy Fritsch. It's a minor score, and Coldstream at quarter time moved to 1-1-7. Oakleigh District 2-3-15.
Ryan, there's a number 23 out there playing on Fritz. Can we bet the boundary riders to find out?
That is Lamidi.
Lamidi.
Change of jumper, late change. And that is your quarter time siren. We're going to be back after a quick break for all the second quarter action. We'll hear from one of the coaches. Oakleigh District leading 2-3 to 1-1-7.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Jubilee Park. Coldstream versus Oakleigh District, Division 3 Elimination Final. Quarter time here, and it is Oakleigh District 2-3-15, leading Coldstream 1-1-7. Ryan Long, Gav Casey, Josh Ward, Ray Baird, Paul Uconi, as well as Jared Beanland and Chris Curtis on the boundary. Josh and Ray, your thoughts on that first term? Great pressure from Oakleigh District, and they also were able to hit the scoreboard in the second half of that quarter. So a big positive for them going into this first break.
Yeah, I thought the pressure from Oakleigh District was really good and on from the word go, whether that be in their attacking half or in their defensive 50 when Coldstream had their chances. And they nullified them from the stoppages and from clearances as well, which is Coldstream's biggest strength, just being able to score from stoppage, get it to Fritsch quickly, which they weren't able to do, Ray.
Yeah, they certainly owned that quarter, Oakleigh District, and you've got to look at the stats. 7 marks inside their forward 50, and I think 7 or so intercept marks in their back 50, and on top of that, their midfield's on top right at the moment. So Darcy Carrigan's had a bit of the football, but just going into the forward 50, Oakleigh District have got a system, whereas Coldstream are just kicking it in there, bombing it, hoping that Fritz will get it.
And that's exactly when we saw Coldstream earlier in the season against Surrey Park. They did the same thing. They need to go to different avenues. Go to the likes of Mitch Edmonds, Bailey Grant, who can certainly take a mark. They're not the smallest spokes on the ground, so they can't be just falling into that trap because Oakleigh are getting 2 or 3 numbers to Fritsch whenever it goes in that direction. Yeah,
that's absolutely right, and they do get away with it at times against some opposition, but they haven't probably had the best luck with it when they have played your Donvales and your Knoxes. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. Obviously some other very handy players up forward. So a big second quarter ahead, and we've got Chris Curtis on the boundary. I don't know if he's got an interview or he was just at the huddle. What have you got for us, Chris?
No, boys, I'm down here with one of the Coldstream dugout coaches in Jono. Jono, a lot of emphasis there around in the huddle, the transition game and how you can turn that. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, I think we didn't get our game on our terms at the start there. They sort of got their hands on the footy a lot more. Quick ball movement sort of got us off the back foot. So moving forward now, not have to be free-to focused and lower our eyes a bit and hit the scoreboard this quarter.
And another thing that was mentioned was maybe a bit of a slightly altering the way that your half forwards lead up. Is that something that you can focus on to really get your deeper forwards further in this match?
I think they got a little bit higher that quarter, got a bit excited, finals footy. We left Fritter a bit vulnerable, so they dropped one back on him. We just need to get to his feet as well, so yeah, that's what we're looking at this quarter, get in deep and have some more than just Fritter there. So.
No worries, best of luck for the rest of the match, thank you.
Boundary. Thanks there to Chris Curtis. Also on the boundary, Jared Beanland, who was out at the Oakleigh District huddle.
Indeed, I was. They just want to be a little bit more efficient going up forward, and it seemed like they took a bit more of a defensive approach to the stoppages during that first quarter. Blake Pearson was quite emphatic about, no, it's time to, our rocks are on top, it's time to actually get on the move and attack from the clearances.
So there's a kicking in danger rule, which you don't often see much of. Conyers, I think it was, try to go off the ground. So Oakleigh Districts now get the free kick and allowed to play on Simon Hawkins with no man on the mark. His kick's long, has been chopped off by the defence in Fig, who trails back to take the mark. Now they're running through the middle. They go through Jubilee Park. Shield gets on the end of it. He's now assessing options. Goes behind his man on the mark. Puts a long ball in. There's that man Fritsch on the bounce. Gets it. Gets tackled because he took it at ankle height and he wasn't available for a swivel around shot at goal. So it'll be a ball up 40 metres from Coldstream's goals. That's the sort of attack they can make. If they can get some transition, some overlap run, they might be more advantageous, but they finish up going to Fritsch as they usually have so far today. Oakleigh District get into the wing. Apostolopoulos was taken down in a tackle, but he has to go the tackle after that. And now it's going to be an over-the-shoulder free kick to the Coldstream player who was outnumbered, and picking himself up with the ball is Hammond. Hammond gets the short kick up and finds Conyers. Conyers has another short on as they stay outside the arc through Carrigan, who's a great player when he's on the run. And he tries to get it going, but a smother comes in from the side. Well done there by Bonacci, but still Coldstream get it forward. The ball now at ground level at the top of the square. Oakleigh District's under the pump, but they've been great under a lot of stress, and they again hold it up, this time through Morgan.
So a minute 40 into this second term, we'll get a ball up right in front of the Coldstream goals. They'll be looking to get their first of this term. Fritsch in the ruck, comes out to Conti, trying to get a kick away. Conyers went up in the air towards the boundary, trying to keep this one in there. The kick from White, got off to a teammate, trying to pick this one up is Hammond. Again, there's Conyers, gets the ball off the right boot, and it is touched on the line, believing, no, it is a goal. The umpire was in perfect position, and Conyers puts Coldstream second on the board, 2-1-13, Oakleigh District 2-3-15, and a strong start from the Cougars, Ray.
It certainly was, and it wasn't pretty, but 6 points are 6 points. You take them how you can get them, but it was just perseverance there. That's a start that Coldstream wanted in this second quarter.
Great effort there from Lamidi to nearly touch it on the line, but
he fooled me.
He was leaning back and he was already standing behind the line, but what I like about the goal umpire is he was in the line, he nodded, and he was nodding to the boundary umpire who gave him the nod back, and he said, yep, that is a goal. So that's good teamwork from the umpires. Yeah, so well done there. And it's a close game now, 2 points of difference. Coldstream do get it out of the middle, but it goes sideways to the wing, and it'll be no possession forward. So handing the ball over is Chandler, back to the umpire at half forward for Coldstream. Tap won by Coldstream's ruckman. Carrigan can't run onto it. The opposite get it going through Hawkins. Hawkins on the end of a hand pass. Nice short pass finds Warren. He's ruckman on the wing just to steady it for Oakleigh Districts. Now the ball goes down the line. Leading up is Cochran on the high fly. He just had to stretch, spills it, but it spills through Oakleigh Districts. Now they'll get it go. Conley on the run, 50 metres, lines it up long to the top of the goal square. 1-on-1, ground level ball will be Hammond to help out the defence of Coldstream, and it's out of bounds outside the right post, and we'll get a boundary throw in as Oakleigh District's on the run.
Boundary.
Couldn't finish up with the scores. We'll get some boundary just in a moment as Coldstream will look to get the next score on the board. Boundary throw in. No real rucks going at it, so what's going to happen next? Chaos here at Jubilee Park when you don't have ruckman at the end of a ball boundary throw in. So it'll be a ball up 30 metres out. Again, well, now we've got some ruckmen, so the world is now at a peace. At ground level, no clean possession one. Kick goes forward for Oakleigh District, scrambling ball. Now it gets into the hands of Bonacci, and he was rushed into the kick, and it's out on the full, so that'll give us time just to take stock. It's 15 plays 13, Oakleigh District leading, 4 minutes second term. Let's go to our boundary riders.
Just something to spot to keep a look at the centre clearances. The wings on the near side start very close to the centre circle that they're using for this game, so it means that Jared Bayliss is essentially providing an extra one option at the clearances for Coldstream and taking whatever man he needs into there.
Thanks, Jared, as Verstegen will clear this one out to Carrigan on the far side. Just outside their defensive half. He'll handle it over the top because he has Hammond running onto it. And they'll be able to link up with the coach and Jared Bayliss. Bayliss now sending the ball forward to the half-forward line. Bouncing towards the arc and towards the boundary line. Castry in front position. Tapped it to himself. Got the handball off to Conti. He couldn't quite receive it. Picked it up nicely on the second attempt, but put it towards goal and has missed to the left. So just a minor score. Coldstream moved to 2-2-14. Oakleigh District 2-3-15. We've played 5 minutes second term. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And that's something Coldstream lacked in that first quarter, that defensive transition. Whenever they were transitioning, it wasn't getting past the half-forward line.
Well, I think, Castry and Carrigan will be important at that because they are runners. They are people who can hit targets as well when they're on the run. So ground level ball picked up by Bonacci, hands it back, and now Oakleigh District try to keep it in hand. Goes over the top of Ryan Pearson. So Coldstream go in the forward line. No mark taken for them. A lot of numbers with Oakleigh Districts, but it can't be picked up yet. Now they do well under pressure. Can they get the running game? The hand pass missed Hawkins, but Hawkins is there again. Again, he just overruns it a little bit, so it allows Carrigan to be under there. Under the end of a hot hand pass. Now he spears onto his left. 1v2. And the one couldn't get it for Coldstream. And it'll be the defence that hold up nicely for Oakleigh District's time to take stock as we go to our boundary riders.
Well, you mentioned just before about the improved transition from Coldstream. That was their main focus in their quarter-time huddle. Two-way running, Jared Bayliss called in. He said, when it's your time to go, you got to go.
And they've been better that in this second term in the first 6 minutes. Ball brought back in towards the forward 50 for Coldstream. A quick kick away. Works out okay because it bounces just before the line. So we'll get a boundary throw in. About 60 from home from the Coldstream goals. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. The only EFNL game on today. The Elimination Final, Division 3. Lehman out of the ruck, kicking it forward. A mark was almost taken there by Felset. Ball comes out to Carrigan, tied on the pocket, and there's your goal of the day. Darcy Carrigan nails it. And Coldstream moved to 3-2-20 to 2-3-15 Oakleigh District. What a finish.
That was a class goal. All you got to do with Carrigan is just give him the slightest sniff and he'll hurt you, and that's what he done. That's a fantastic goal. Wrong-footed on the boundary line.
Just Darcy Carrigan doing Darcy Carrigan things. He's still heading into this final series with a head full of steam with some big games in midfield, and that is going to give him a lot of confidence for the rest of the contest.
The only thing I've noticed, guys, between the two sides, when Oakleigh District go forward, they are prepared to use the corridor. Coldstream, on the other hand, are being pushed wide. Is that because of Oakleigh District's are blocking up the corridor, or is that just the way they want to play?
I reckon it has come down to Oakleigh District's pressure that forcing them out wide for Coldstream.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary again, Jared.
It's pressure, but it's also Oakleigh District are dropping a man behind the ball pretty consistently. It's either Hilton or Morgan doing that when they get the chance to. I think that contributes to the fact that Coldstream have to go wide consistently.
Craig just bounces off a couple of tacklers, so it will go forward. Trying to run onto it is Lehman. And Lehman, it gets into his hands after he's the tackler, so he gets the ball under boot really quickly. Fist goes in, but it's been sharked by Coldstream, and off the ground it's Conti, who just mops up. All the spoils couldn't help Oakleigh Districts clear their lines, and Conti on the end of a punch down, and from 20 out he hooks around for a goal.
Gee, the big man Lehman. Big men aren't supposed to do that, what he did, are they? Eh? That's a small man's job.
Yeah, the strip and run whiff was extraordinary from the loping ruckman, but did nicely. And on the end, Conti did the class work around the corner.
Yeah, and I didn't mind the spoil to get it in the direction of Jeremy Conti as well. If that didn't go in, then there's no goal for Coldstream.
Gav, that reminded me of Justin Madden back in the 90s.
Yeah, that's when they the supporters were carrying a coffin, weren't they, to Waverley Park because they were so old and dead and buried, Carlton.
The giraffe.
Memories.
So just getting back on top in this contest, Coldstream 4-2 to 2-3. They've got all 3 goals of this second term. And we'll get a ball up back in the middle again. Simon Black going nowhere. Lehman, who we said has been impressive, up against Ambrose. Here's Bayliss out in the middle again. Bouncing ball towards the half-forward line. Reading this well. There was Felstead. Picks it up. Gets the kick away. Looking for Conti in front position. Might end up with the ball. Well picked up there by Hilton. In defence for Oakleigh District. Got the handball off, but they're under a lot of pressure. They're trying to clear this one out. And they might just get caught up here. And we'll get a ball up about 60 out from home. In fact, there's a boundary throw in from 60 out from home for Coldstream.
Coldstream's pressure well and truly has listed in this quarter.
Yeah, they certainly have. They've kicked the last 3. Lehman, the tap behind him. They handball forward, running onto this one now. Felsem White just getting through a tackle, caught one high. And Oakleigh District in the through Metropolis will get their way out of defence.
We'll get some stats in a sec. Perfect opportunity. Ball goes out half back for Oakleigh District's half forward for Coldstream. Paul, what have you got for us?
Yeah, Coldstream are dominating the inside 50s early in this term, 9-2.
I just wonder if Oakleigh District's just getting sucked into the contest far too much. They can't get clear possession. All their pressure is actually putting themselves under pressure to dispose of it. Like, it's fine to apply a tackle like they are now on the ruckman, but where's the disposal that's getting them clear of the congestion? They just don't have the composure now that their energy is too focused almost.
Is that because Coldstream's manned up around those stoppages?
Maybe, yeah.
Yep.
So now there's it's a very even around the contest. Oakleigh Districts, have they got the spread once they get the ball in these tight circumstances? Not yet is the answer. And the first 3 goals, or the only 3 goals of this term, have gone to Coldstream, 4-2-26, leading Oakleigh Districts 2-3-15. Big ruckman for Coldstream. Lehman in good position, knocks it forward. Again, it's a pack of players around it, but outliers are in Coldstream. Hand pass goes back to White. White rushed in the kick, and it's out on the full. So the defensive pressure from Oakleigh Districts is still good. They're putting heat on Coldstream, but have they got any heat to apply going forward? And it's at half back. It's in the hands of Bonacci, who's been a great ball winner. Short pass, though, is only a transitional sideways kick. And it's in the hands of Metropolis, who gets it to the full back range. Now, Defeati gets it to out the width of the Jubilee Park. And this is the possession play that they like to do when they can seemingly have some control. Ryan Pearson gets it to the wing. Again, possession ball. In-lie ball is dangerous. It'll be chopped off, and nice spearing in is Fritsch. Fritsch gets in the way of that possession games, takes the ball, kicks it long, and he finds a teammate. And so 1 long direct kick versus 5 kicks that only made about 50 metres, and that is the difference. Now Carrigan has got the ball forward pocket and having a shot at goal. So it just shows if possession doesn't get any penetration and maybe purpose, they will be hurt on the turnover, which they have been. So it's Carrigan from 40 metres out, right-hand pocket. The left footer comes in board with his run. Long ball. It's a long straight ball, and it's another goal to Carrigan. His skills around the goals is elite. 2 goals. He moves Coldstream to 5-2, 32, and Oakleigh District stagnant on 2-3-15.
Oh, forget Darcy Fritsch. Just go to Darcy Carrigan if you're Coldstream.
That's right.
Well, it's Fritsch who set that one up to Carrigan. Both very important players, and now they're really on top, and this is a little bit of a dangerous few minutes for Oakleigh District. This game could slip away from them in a blink of an eye if they don't.
Yeah. That cross into the middle of the ground from the other side, that's what killed them, because they had options. Keep going. It got them that far already going down the boundary line. Keep going.
Yeah, that's right. So back in the middle again, 5-2, 32 to 2-3, 15. Coldstream on top. They've kicked 4 goals in this quarter. Here's Jared Bayless, who picks it up on the wing and goes inside in the direction of Fritsch, and he's being held, and he takes the mark either way. No, it's going the other way. So it was held against Carrigan, and Oakleigh District get out of one. Short kick to Blake Pearson. Centre half back here for the Oakleigh District side, goes through the corridor and finds Bonacci. Bonacci plays on right away, and they're inside 50. Coldstream with all the numbers and taking the mark in defence there. Pesamenti for the Cougars will switch it towards the far side, and they could be out here. Craig by himself takes the mark. The handball to Verstegen, who switches it towards the far side. Bayless by himself, and they've done this very nicely. Got a player out here who takes the mark on the chest, and going forward, Chandler inside 50. There's a big pack of players, and standing in the middle there, a mark is taken. The Coldstream player in Edmonds has his first chance for his first major of the day and extend this lead once again. Currently at 17 points, can extend it to 23.
And compare that to Oakleigh's switch from before. Coldstream were a lot quicker compared to Oakleigh District, and they get a shot on goal here to extend what would be a very tough margin already to come back from.
Certainly would. So Mitch Edmonds looking for goal number 1 for him today, and for Coldstream 6. We're right behind this one. He likes it, and it's right through the middle for another. The Cougars move to 6-2, 38. Oakleigh District 2-3, 15. 15 minutes gone, second term. They're well and truly on top now, Ray.
Yeah, certainly 5 goals in this quarter to Coldstream, and it's just one of the things I pointed out at the start of the game. Their outside run is, in the end, is going to get Oakleigh Districts, and unfortunately that's happened in this quarter.
And they're finding different avenues to goal now. They've got five goal kickers from 6 goals kicked. Their only multiple goal kicker is Darcy Carrigan, which is something we've been looking for a little while now with Coldstream, and that's exactly what they've done here.
And I'll tell you what a great momentum builder is: clinical in front of goal.
Yeah.
If you kick goals, you can build momentum. It's funny how football relies on score on the board to get you going sometimes. But they really got a sniff of it. This time the free kick, though, will go to Black in the middle of Jubilee Park. So long ball by Black, hoping for a marker. They haven't had too many inside 50s. Punch goes over Cochrane, but the roving ball, while the bouncer ball's not even sitting for Oakleigh Districts, but they'll get a second chance, loading up a ball to Pearson. Pearson, good position. He just pushed off his opponent when he needed to, put his arms up and got himself in front of the ball, Blake Pearson, and is now having a shot from 45 metres out, looking for short, not trusting his kicks at goals so far today. The punch comes in, and it's not a turnover ball. It's gone out of bounds. So no shot at goal for Oakleigh Districts this quarter yet, and Pearson just didn't back himself there. But they'll see if they can butter up for another go from the ball in. Ground level ball. Nearly trapped there.
Who's yawning on the ball?
Hey, sorry. Sorry to wake you, but there's a game going on. But there's a long kick. Anyway, I'm a bit distracted. Can you? I don't know. You
Back
can't
inside
go
50. Here's Edmonds. He'll load up from outside 50. It's a shank of a kick out of bounds on the full.
Sorry about
that. That's all right. That's all right for Coldstream, though. Now they can set up from this boundary throw in, because there was no one up there anyway. So
Yeah, that's true. So
although it went out on a full, okay.
well, here's Hawkins who.
It's not
the mark was dropped by Connolly. Under pressure now. The tackle laid by Castry, and we'll get a ball up about 30 out from the Coldstream goals right in front.
Is that the wake-up call they needed, Oakleigh Districts?
Well, yeah, it's certainly right. Back the tap down and looking to clear this one out was Warren. It falls out the back. It could work out. Couldn't quite pick it up, O'Neill. And now Coldstream have all the numbers. They link up trying to get a free player. The handball back from Felstead. Finds Verstegen. Verstegen loads up towards the top of the square. Fritsch got a hand to it. Ball hits the deck. They'll look to try and clear this one out again. Fritsch, the follow-up pressure with the tackle, will lead to another ball up inside 50 for Coldstream. 6-2, plays 2-3. The Cougars kicking 5 goals this quarter. Paul Uconi Stats Centre.
Clearances this quarter are 9-5 the way of Coldstream.
What about inside 50s, Paul?
14-5 the way of Coldstream.
Well done, Paul. All the stats coming to you live from Jubilee Park. Trying to pick this one up. The handball from Hammond. Got it off to a teammate in Felstead, tucked on the boundary and it's out of bounds on the full. So Oakleigh District will take this as we go down to the boundary. Thanks to Tobin Brothers, Jared Beanland.
Yeah, Oakleigh District are losing at the clearances at this point. The only way that they're going to be able to score is from turnover, and their pressure has just dropped right off from last quarter as Connor Cochran takes a great mark on the wing just in front of me here.
Yeah, that was brilliant. It's probably understated versus the high fly, but to keep aerial and strong hands in the contest was fantastic. Oakleigh Districts can't burst out of the contest there that ensued from the kick down the line.
And he needs to do that more, Connor Cochran, I reckon.
Lehman wasn't happy with himself not taking the mark. He's being strong in the ruck contest. He hand passes forward after taking it out of the ruck effectively, but his hand pass doesn't get it going for Coldstream on the wing. So handing it over will be Shield, giving it back to the umpire. Warren versus Lehman. Lehman, good body position, wins the tap. The hand pass back to Lehman. Where's he going to go? As now it's a turnover ball for Oakleigh Districts. Goes to half forward. No mark taken. A lot of numbers, though, working with Sheriff. Hands it off to his teammate, and 1-2. Carrigan's on the end of it. He's got all on his own. White running into open spaces. He couldn't take the mark on the run, so he's left it behind. Allows Oakleigh Districts the turnover, but White, tenacious, tackles, gets the dispossessing possession forward. His hand pass didn't find Grant, and the kick off the ground. Oakleigh Districts trying to get out of pressure through Morgan. Picks up his own kick up off the ground, but he's been tackled to the ground, and it was almost for Coldstream going forward, but White just had a couple of fumbles just when he was off and open. So it's a ball up 40 metres from the goals. Tap run by Coldstream. They again get the possession. No kick with advantage. So running out. Oakleigh Districts. Well, that's nice selling of Candy. From centre half back to centre half forward. Long ball. No mark taken there by Black. Black, though, has to scramble after it, and he'll take on the tackler and hold it in at centre half forward for Oakleigh Districts, who seem to be on the pump, because if they're missing their targets, the turnover game is coming for Coldstream. Rucks go out at Lehman. Warren pushes Lehman out of the way. The ground level, I think that was Conyers, gets it going forward. Kick off the ground there by Castry. He finds a teammate, flukily enough, and now the long ball goes towards Edmonds. Edmonds has to be the spoiler. Ground level ball, hand pass over the top. Edmonds standing still in the pocket, and he was a bit, well, I'm not going to say lazy, but he was lackadaisical with his kick, and it was around the corner for 1 point. And misses to the right from the right-hand pocket.
Fritz was looking for his 93rd or whatever it was there, with his hands up in the goal
And
square.
Carrigan open too.
Well, Edmonds smelt the goal. If he could have taken more time. He was that much on his own, but his kick dribbled off to his right foot for a minor score. 6-3-39, plays 2-3-15. It's a 4-goal lead for Coldstream. 21 minutes gone, second term.
Blake Pearson to clear this one out, but it's going to come back because running onto this one was Hammond. Under a bit of pressure, Oakleigh District now. Fritz trying to lay the tackle. Bernacci got the handball away. And they're through Hudson, going backwards again. This time they'll just try and bomb it out of here. And Bayliss will run onto this one. Has time and space to pick it up, even though he dropped it and he kicks it inside 50. Hits up a target. And they're going to have another set shot on goal. They've already kicked 5 for the quarter. Let's go down to the boundary. Chris Curtis.
Yeah, boys, just in that previous sequence of play, Brock Husher got the kick off the ground and then got absolutely body checked. So he's still on his haunches now, standing up and was looking to receive that switch kick, but still doesn't look to be 100%.
Thanks, Chris. We'll certainly keep an eye on that. Is White will line up from about 30 out. Bit of an angle. Breezes stop for the moment as White comes in for Coldstream. The kick is holding up in the wind. It's going to fall short and it's punched over the line for a minor score. So Coldstream moved to 6-4-40. Oakleigh District 2-3-15, 22 minutes played, second term, Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Tell you what, I've been impressed with Jared Bayliss in this second quarter as well. He's provided a lot of drive on that wing.
He's still coming up for the pre-game for an interview, I think.
I think his preparation doesn't need us talking to him, clearly. And there's a spoil turn mark, was it? I reckon Black had both spoil and...
No, the other two had the first touch. He come in for the second one.
Oh, okay, fair enough. All right, thanks, Umpire Baird, clearing that up as it's now gone out of bounds 50 metres around from Coldstream's goals. I think the inside 50s will be a great stat we will get in the second, Paul, just because it's almost one-way traffic. Here's Coldstream trying to get it going forward again through Grant, but his hand pass was back into congestion.
Yeah, it's almost world record numbers here. It's 18-5 the way of Coldstream.
Oh, that is a lot.
It's huge.
So they're converting so far 5 goals, 3 this quarter from those 18 inside 50s. What can they do from this one? 45 metres out from their goals. Craig has sat on the ball, and he'll be the next ruckman involved for Coldstream against Warren. And he wasn't polite enough to hand it to the umpire. He just chucked it on the ground, really, and said, you can pick it up. Craig goes against, but Warren wins the tap. Ground level ball won by Connolly. His kick's been chopped off. Mark play on by Sheriff. He took the mark and he ran straight towards goal. And 55, the wind took him from right to left and he missed left side of the left goal post. 6-5-41. Coldstream now lead by 26 after trailing by 8 at quarter time. Oakleigh still on 2-3-15.
And they're having trouble to get it out of their back half. This kick, again, just long in hope. They might come back as it has quite a few times. Shield just puts it in the Fritsch direction. He's got 2 to beat, but at ground level, they've got all the numbers. Tight on the pocket there is Grant. He's kicked to the other pocket, but it's out of bounds on the full unless that was touched right on the line, and it was. So still a good result for Coldstream. They'll get a boundary throw in.
That was Coldstream's 20th inside 50 for the quarter.
And how many have Oakleigh District had this quarter?
5.
15 more. Quite dominant, and it's certainly paid off on the scoreboard. 5 goals to none in this quarter. Fritsch with the tap down. Carrigan at ground level. Again, the same spot as the last one he kicked.
Yeah, the crowd.
And if he had to kick that one, geez, that would have...
It's like they had an expectation.
Well, after the first one. But that does move them to 6-6-42 to 2-3-15. Oakleigh District, 25 minutes played second term.
We talk about Blake Pearson being the difference maker for Oakleigh District. Darcy Carrigan has been that for Coldstream so far today.
Yep, without a doubt.
Another couple of short passes for Oakleigh District. It's in the hands of Pearson Ryan. The passing again's been off. Pressure, Tells tries to kick it off the ground twice. Bayless on the end of it, picks it up, goes forward. Fritsch being tackled as he tries to mark. Chandler's there to mop up. He's kick. Well, he was tackled. He gets his ball, the bounce, and I can't believe it eluded the last defender. But Chandler gets a goal from 10 metres out. Whilst tackled, puts it on the boot. It bounces in front of the goals. The defender looked helpless, and it went over his head for a goal. So there is another one. The 6 for the quarter for Coldstream, 7-6-48. Now lead by 33, 25 minutes into this term. Oakleigh Districts haven't got a score this quarter, 2-3-15.
That ball bounced backwards. The poor defender, he did everything right except the ball just wouldn't, it eluded him. Unbelievable.
So in the end, it's Chandler with his first goal, and that is 7 goal kickers for Coldstream, or 6 goals, and they've kicked 7-6-48, 6 different goal kickers.
And that's what they want. That spread of goal kickers back in the middle again. 6 goal quarter for the Cougars, and this game is almost just about getting out of hand. Carrigan back in the middle. He's tackled this time by Connolly. Ball comes out. Black finds a target on the chest. Is Bonacci. Bonacci has a player out in Hudson onto his right, but goes forward looking for a target inside 50. The juggling mark couldn't quite take it. Ambrose is there. Grabbing it there was Warren. And he's wrapped up in a tackle, so we'll get a ball
Boundary.
up inside 50 for the Oakleigh District side. Jared Beanland on the boundary.
Bit of matchup info. Simon Hawkins, the wily veteran, he's gone to Darcy Carrigan to provide perhaps a bit of a tag and maybe run off him a little bit and get his disposal going.
He's been very good. Lehman got the tap down. And we'll get another ball up inside 50 again. We've played 27 minutes in this second term, so not a lot left on the clock here. Coldstream 7-6-48, 2-3-15 Oakleigh District. The loser is out today. The winner will play Knox next week. Here's Ryan Pearson from outside 50, bouncing footy in towards a dangerous spot. Coldstream pick it off nicely and they go towards the wing. Picked off here by Warren. Really need a late goal before that halftime siren just to give him something going into that main break towards the top of the square. Big mark taken, not quite. Almost had it, did Cochrane. Still a dangerous spot. Pearson drops his opponent and will get a ball up. Didn't look great, but there's your halftime siren, Gav.
So at halftime, it's Coldstream leading this elimination final, 7-6-48 to Oakleigh District, who didn't score that quarter, 2-3-15. The goal kickers before we go to the break. For Coldstream, Carrigan has kicked 2 in that second term. And 1 apiece down the list. Conyers, Chandler, Conti, Edmonds, and Fritsch, who's on 92 for the season. And Dobson is the only goal kicker in the first term. He's kicked 2 for Oakleigh Districts. It's 48 plays 15. Coldstream leading by 33 points at halftime.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. while her two young boys wrestled on the floor. Tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round. We're live here from Jubilee Park. It's elimination final time in Division 3. Coldstream going up against Oakleigh District. Currently, the Districts are on the ropes. It's Coldstream 7-6-48 to Oakleigh 2-3-15. This is the halftime show. Thank you very much for joining us, of course. With me up in the box at the moment is Josh Ward and Chris Curtis. Josh, how have you seen? You've been, done a great job calling so far. Have you seen it that second quarter? Where did it really turn for Coldstream? Because it was such a swing in the game.
Well, they got their stoppage game moving and they upped their pressure as well. Whereas Oakleigh District, their pressure in that first quarter was really strong, and they forced stoppage after stoppage, weren't allowing Coldstream any outlets. And whenever Coldstream were going inside 50, they had numbers going to Darcy Fridge. They had 2 or 3, whereas now they're going to different avenues, which is what we've been talking about, just not relying on, or I have at least, not going to Darcy Fridge and going through to someone like a Mitch Edmonds or even a Darcy Carrigan, who has proven to be very much a difference maker for Coldstream, I should say, in that second quarter.
And Chris, you're alongside me at ground level. It's been an interesting game to watch, I suppose, in terms of the matchups and what each team's trying to throw at one another. How have you seen it from ground level?
No, it's definitely right, and look, you've made some great points throughout this first half about what specific matchups we've got. But I think Lakhmidi on Darcy Fridge. My apologies. I know I was going to do that at least once today. Lakhmidi on Fridge has done a great job so far to only hold it to 1 goal, but then you kind of got to look at it like at what cost, because the Coldstream small forwards are just having a day out, and Carrigan and the rest of the boys down there are really, really causing some damage down there when Fritsch is occupied.
Yeah, for sure. And it's interesting to see sort of like now they've got a variety of options. Conti's looked dangerous at a couple of moments. Chandler got that miracle goal. Conyers has pushed forward and kicked one at a certain point. So I guess it really is about what Blake Pearson can do and how he can lock down those. But on the other side of it, Josh, the ball movement from Oakleigh District, it's been quite stagnant, hasn't it?
Yeah, that second quarter in particular, like there was one play where they switched it from this broadcast side back pocket to another. They just took too slow, whereas Coldstream, it led to a Mitch Edmonds goal. They were just moving it quickly, looking for options and hitting their targets as well. They need to fix that up and maybe look for that short 45 ball, look through the corridor, which is what they did so well in that first quarter, using the corridor through the likes of your Simon Hawkins and Francesco Bonacci's. They were really good and were good in that second quarter as well. So I just think they need to look to attack the corridor a bit more.
And going forward, Chris, for Oakleigh District, their options just don't seem to be. It just doesn't seem to be functioning up forward for them, does it?
No, that's exactly right. And look, I think the key to this game is, it might seem a bit too simple to say, but if you strip it down to basics, work rate. Yeah. And we talked, I think first 10 minutes we had a great start come from you boys up here, that 8 tackles to 3 in the first 10 minutes going Oakleigh District's way in this game. And they were all over them. The ball has been locked to the left side, of your screen the whole day. And it's when I was listening to Jared Bayless in that quarter time huddle, it was all about two-way running and that transition. And it was, who's going to really, just get the hard work done. There's no nice way around it. This is finals footy. This is an elimination final. Put your head down and run. And I think that's where we've seen, such a shift in momentum over the quarter time break in this game.
Yeah, for sure. And was that the main sort of, I guess, thing that you heard at the huddle that has come to the fore during that quarter?
Yep.
Or were there other things that they mentioned that you can attribute to what they put out there?
Well, that was the main one, and that was definitely the main focus. But also, Brock Cashew spoke up and actually said, boys, our half forwards, they seem to just be leading laterally. And, we need someone to come straight to us. And it was something I noticed in the first quarter, that a lot of Coldstream's inside 50 entries were just mongrel kicks, like just hidden hopes.
Yep.
But now that we see they've got that transition running, it opens up the field more, and now they can actually hit up targets, and then even if you miss a target, that's when you get your small forwards to do the work, and that's what they've done brilliantly so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the small defenders for Oakleigh District have got a lot of work on their hands, and it's kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul, essentially, with pulling Simon Hawkins up the ground to try and stem Darcy Carrigan's influence. It's a decent move, I think, because his disposal and his outside work, he's wily, he's not going to get sucked into the contest, he's experienced, so they can generate some clearances from that. But when it does go down to ground level in their defensive line, I think Oakleigh District might be falling short of answers. Josh, how do Oakleigh District come back into this game on your money?
Well, I think they need to stop it from the source, just continue to provide that pressure, be a bit more defensive when it comes to the stoppage, and when they do, they try to get it out the back, look for those handball receives options, and again, look to go through the corridor. And that comes through the likes of Blake Pearson, who hasn't had a whole lot of possession. He hasn't had as much of an influence as he did when we saw him against Upper Ferntree Gully, and when I saw him a couple of weeks ago against Surrey Park. And, you need to get the likes of Cotter Cochrane up the ground, because I thought if he's playing up the ground a little bit more, he presents as an option and maybe gives a bit more space for the likes of Mark Stevens and some of those forwards to bounce for Oakleigh District.
And for you, Chris, as well, I mean, it seems fairly simple in terms of what Coldstream need to do. They just have to keep doing the same thing that they did in that quarter. Oakleigh District, I mean, you mentioned work rate. Is that the main thing that it comes down to for you? For Oakleigh District to turn it around?
Yeah, it's definitely a main point, but I want to see a mental shift in this game from Oakleigh District. In that second quarter, it just felt like they were just waiting for someone to stand up and say, I'm going to take this game by the scruff of the neck. And look, whether that's Blake Pearson, we saw a few times set shots inside forward 50, maybe looked a bit not so much nervous, but was looking for different options. And obviously terrific footballer. He knows his abilities better than anyone. But I think in those moments, especially when, you know, your forward 50 entries are hard to come by, you need someone to stand up and be that calming presence and just say, lads, we've got this. Let's play our game. Let's move on. So I want to see a bit more mental resilience and mental proactivity, if you will, going into this third quarter.
Yep. And just quickly, Josh, we were obviously here for the game yesterday. Is Knox looking on and thinking Coldstream might be a bit much to handle, perhaps? Or are they, I mean, did we see enough from Knox yesterday to, have them watch this a little bit more comfortably?
I reckon the first half I reckon their first half they'll take a lot of learnings, and that's exactly what the Oakleigh District have done. So, I think they'll go in pretty confident.
So we'll go to a break from the halftime show. Thank you very much for joining us. After this, we'll be back with the rest of the game, the second half from Jubilee Park Elimination Finals, Division 3.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year, to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Well, welcome back to Jubilee Park Division 3 Elimination Final. Second half about to get kick-started here, and it is Coldstream 7-6-48 to Oakleigh District 2-3-15. And in that second quarter, it was 6-0 in favour of the Cougars, and they are in control. And if they continue this way, they will meet Knox back here next Sunday in the first semi-final. Obviously, a lot to play for Oakleigh District. It might be their last 2 quarters of the season if they don't get going very quickly. Ryan Long, Gav Casey, Josh Ward, Ray Baird, Paul Uconi, and then Jared Beanland and Chris Curtis on the boundary. Ray, your thoughts going into this second half? It's going to be quite tough, and we saw in that second quarter, Coldstream really got on top in the midfield, didn't they?
that's where they really got on top. You're dead right, Ryan, in the midfield there. But not only, you said they kicked 6 goals, but they also kicked 6 goal 5. That's 11
Correct.
scoring shots. And some poor old Oakleigh District didn't have any. And their first quarter, Oakleigh District, was very, very good. But you just wonder how a game can turn so quickly, Josh.
Absolutely, and they'll need to say they need the first goal in these opening stages is an understatement.
So up they go. Lehman got the tap down. Picking up this one was Oakleigh District through Benaki. Got it forward. Tap there by Hammond. Running onto this one now. Picked up nicely. Ambrose got it off to Cochrane. Cochrane towards a teammate in Nark Stevens, who's been barely spotted this afternoon. He's been their leading goal scorer for the season. Over 50 goals. Such a key target. He'll be one of those players they'll be looking to get going in this second half. There any chance to make a comeback. Tap down from Ambrose. Out the back there is Hawkins. Tight on the boundary line. This would be something to get them started. It's tapped through for a behind. In fact, a free kick. So Coldstream will be able to take this one by, I think, Fig.
Yeah, Stevens impeding his opponent, trying to get into the marking contest. Kick across goals. Safe in the hands of Sheriff. There's the beat on the cop. Gets it. And then there's all Coldstream players standing on their own. Langdon can drop it, pick it up, hand pass back to his teammate, and they can still clear possession. The inboard's dangerous run, but it bounces nicely for Grant, but he's tackled straight away as he took possession, and maybe Surrey Park can reverse it out. Hand pass flies out towards half back, and it's in the hands of Hudson. Hudson goes across ground, but it might be a safe kick, which sets up play in the hands of Lamidi, who runs off Fritsch, but his hand pass forward is to opponent wrapped up in the middle of the ground, and it'll be a ball up. So they just can't get their running game off half back, can they? Sorry, Oakleigh.
They just needed to stand still there, Raheem Lamidi.
I looked at you, Josh, and I thought of Surrey Park.
Surrey did get it going yesterday.
Yeah. So sorry there. Oakleigh District got it.
Right, see, that saves Josh mentioning him, because he mentions it.
So inside 50 they go. Ryan Pearson to pick this one. Tackled straight away by Fig. And he's going nowhere, so we'll get a ball up inside 50. 2 minutes gone into this third term. 7-6 plays 2-3. And the ruckmen go up. Hammond got the handball. They look to clear this one out. Oakleigh set up well behind the ball. The Oakleigh District side. But we're going to get another stoppage. So what can Oakleigh District do? It has been the scoring end of the ground, but I think it's more just due to that second term from Coldstream and how good they were. Not sure how the wind's going to factor in. Here's Conyers through the middle of the ground. Inside 50 they go. Fritsch is out the back. He's got 2 to beat. And the 2 defenders went up against each other for Oakleigh. Out it goes. Hawkins trying to get the clearance. The kick out. Felstead and White got the tap. Here's Carrigan. Gets past an opponent. Over the top to Conyers. Conyers can settle and have a shot if he wants. Just pops it up towards the top of the square. Still on for a chance. Picked up by Hawkins again. The clearing kick towards the boundary line. Just a bit of a relief.
No talking there by the Oakleigh District's defenders there. 2 players are contesting the kick in themselves.
At least on the last line, they're pretty strong, but there's no run off the back line yet to play by Oakleigh. But they'll get a free kick out of the boundary throw, and it'll go to Oakleigh Districts, and it's the ruckman Warren who's got it in hand. Grant will man the mark. Warren will go into centre half back. Leading option nicely runs into is Blake Pearson. He gets on his bike and goes towards half forward, starting to get the attack going. Grabbed whilst trying to go for the mark with Stevens. He probably wasn't going to mark it anyway, so the defender gives away a needless free kick. Fig. Stevens from 60 out had to retrieve the ball to him. So it's going to delay the forward inside 50. Oakleigh District's long ball by Stevens. Who's there to mark it? No ground level ball there for Oakleigh District's either. And Butt wrapped up in the tackle. And it's holding the ball. Mate, where Verstegen was going to protest there was no prior, but he was taken down in the tackle, and Hawkins will pick up the free kick in the pocket. So the pressure and the tackling is fantastic by Oakleigh. What about that umpiring decision, though?
It was a very interesting umpiring decision, but if anyone deserves a shot on goal, it's Simon Hawkins. I think he's been Oakley's best by far.
It's one of those ones where the Coldstream player probably loped onto the ball and gave himself more time than he deserved, and the tackler took him down, and so there's the free kick. Hawkins from the pocket, much needed goal, as you said before, Josh, is an understatement. They need it, and he's missed to the right and missed everything, has Hawkins. So the score has not progressed since late in the first term. They are still 2-3-15 Oakleigh, and Coldstream 7-6-48. 33-point lead, 5 minutes gone, third term.
Still a positive start from Oakleigh, though, compared to that second quarter where Coldstream were just running all over them.
That's right, but if they are to win this game, they're going to certainly have to hit the scoreboard very quickly. One back the other way against the momentum would really hurt. Here's Pearson, who will be able to take this one, and this would be your coach's goal.
Gee, he has an amazing pair of hands too, hasn't he? That was a fantastic grab then.
Does not drop a single mark, does Blake Pearson, and he's well and truly in range. He'd be about 30 out on a slight angle. Looking for He's first. Had a set shot earlier in the game down this end of the ground. This time, it's much better. And it's right to the middle, the one Oakleigh District needed. Blake Pearson has Oakleigh's third, 3-3-21. Trailing Coldstream 7-6-48. Margin back to 27 points.
As you said, Josh, positive signs out there for Oakleigh District, but it's a long way back, but they're at least having a go.
Absolutely, and if they want to get this, if they want to get going, it comes through Pearson, not just up forward, through midfield as well, which he has moved into for the last quarter and a bit.
Yeah, the pressure has to turn into spread or breaking the lines with run.
Yep.
So either one of them,
they've
got
got
to get
nothing
it
to
going.
lose.
No.
Yep.
So we can't question their effort. Is there another quick go at it through the ruck of Warren? Taps it forward, but the opposition ruckman sharked it and Lehman, but his kick only went 15. It's been chopped off by Grant. Grant gets it over to Bonacci. He's been a pretty good ball winner. Connolly on the end of it at half-back, though. He's got Grant there to take the mark, and he takes the mark where he last took a mark 30 seconds ago. His kick now goes out wide to Warren on the half forward. That's a good mark by the big man. Puts his knee up just to protect his area to mark it. He goes on his right foot, it's a high up and under. Cochrane goes late. Pearson's in there. Rover there for Oakleigh. It's nicely done by Pearson. Ryan Pearson this time. He's high up and under. Roved by Cochrane, and he runs at an open goal, and he hooks the kick from 15. Only pressure was a man 5 metres ahead of him, but that must have spooked him, and the kick missed, and it's a minor score. Big opportunity for Oakleigh Districts, but it's a minor score. 3-4-22, trailing Coldstream 7-6-48.
The build-up was so good from Oakleigh District, changing the angles. It was just that delivery
Boundary.
inside 50. As we go down boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Not sure if it was Blake Pearson who copped the hit there. It looks like Jared Ambrose is the one who's looking a bit proppy. We'll keep an eye on him.
Thanks there, Jared. 7-6 plays 3-4. 26-point lead to Coldstream. We've played 8 minutes in this third term. And it has been Oakleigh District of doing all the attacking which they need to do. Down the wing they go, looking for Craig. Carrigan at ground level might be able to run onto this. Just wasn't very friendly, but did enough. Got the kick away and finds a target. And that could be, no, it won't be 25. Nothing there as Coldstream load up in the direction of Fritsch, who takes the mark against 2 defenders. And he can put through Coldstream's 8th. He's second. If he can kick truly, he'll be kicking from about 30 metres out. No angle. And not much wind to contend with. Darcy Fritsch, we saw in that second quarter when Coldstream really got going, they started to use some other options and were a little less unpredictable. But when you've got him on the lead like that, you can't ignore him. Darcy Fritsch lining up directly in front, 30 metres out. He doesn't usually miss these ones. This one to the right, though. So just a minor score, 7-7-49 Coldstream, Oakleigh District 3-4-22. We've played 9 minutes in the third term.
Kiss of death there with your lead-up commentary there.
Yes,
beautifully
I
done.
hyped him up.
Long kick out to Warren. He's backpedaling about 10 metres to take that mark, but he does great courage there. Blake Pearson underneath it. He says to himself, the line's probably to my advantage if I take the bump and go out of bounds at half-back. So I liked Warren there. He was underneath it, but he kept pedalling back and not worrying about his own safety.
Courageous effort.
So he'll do the ruck duties against Lehman. Lehman, good body position, nullifying effort. Both sort of got a tap on it. Can Oakleigh District push up? Craig there, big body in the contest, but he's taken down in the tackle by Morgan. So Oakleigh District's through pressure progress at about 15 metres to the centre wing. And Craig very gingerly hands it to the umpire. And be a ball up just in front of the broadcast here at Ringwood in the elimination final. Just get a feeling, oh well, there's a free kick for the ruckman. Was it indiscriminate tackle? Carrigan on the run, gets a short pass into the leading option. Nicely taken there by Grant. Grant's got an inboard pass at centre forward, props it up, props it too high. The bump though was a free kick against the defender, and waving for the ball to come back to him is McInerney. From 60, left footer, props it up. Fritsch underneath it. He's been tackled in pretty much to keep him away from it, and the numbers will win up. Out from Oakleigh. Hand pass possession starts, and now the clearing kick might not clear too far. Bounce of the ball falls nicely to the ruckman and Warren. Warren takes on the tackler, but the tackle took him down, and no hand pass was done in the tackle, so it'll be a free kick to Lehman, the opposite big boy who takes the free kick. Hands it off to the runner. Now, it's Verstegen, loads up a long ball. Numbers again around win for Oakleigh Districts, but the wall set up and the tackling wall wins. Now a possession play from Conti. Conti runs inside 50, loads up a long ball, but misses to the right. And a frenetic there as Oakleigh Districts just can't clear the lines, but it turns out to be only a minor score for Coldstream. Extend their lead to be 50-22.
So clearing out of defence now is Grant. Goes along towards the far side this time. Pearson's there, the Ryan variety. It's going to come back through Hammond for Coldstream. Running into it. Another shot from 50 metres out top of the goal square. Bouncing through. Not quite. Still kept in here by Felstead. Tries to get his hands away. Tap through over the line. And it may have come off the boot. It is.
No.
I believe that was Edmonds. And they failed to rush this through, Oakleigh District. That is a disaster. And Felstead did well enough just to be able to keep it in. And it's come off the boot of Edmonds.
Yep, Hilton, he hand passed it, but he hand passed it onto the foot effectively of Edmonds, who from the goal line puts it through. But the bounce of the ball in the kick that stayed in, it looked like the push in the back from the Coldstream forward, went over his head, then bounced back into play. Coldstream were getting tackled as they tried to get a kick at goal.
It was like a cork in water, wasn't it? Eh?
There was a lot happening, and it finished up being a goal for Coldstream. Craig does the roving, hand passes over to a teammate. Rush kick is high up and under. Wing it goes underneath at Chandler. Good mark by the little man. Hands it over to Craig, who wasn't really running in open space, but gets it forward. Bounce of the ball. Sits up for McInerney, who runs away from his opponent. And short passes in to that man, Edmonds, who now is on a hot streak. Takes the mark just inside the line, right-hand pocket. He's got a short inboard pass. And Lehman, who's had a great quarter, getting involved in a lot, takes the mark. And he'll maybe steady the game for Coldstream as he lines up for their 9th in total.
If he kicks this, that's 8 goal kickers as well, potentially for Coldstream, which is very good for them.
So when the coach, Coldstream, Jared Bayless, talks about Fritsch not being the only avenue, they've certainly answered that since quarter time.
Absolutely.
So the ruckman, Lehman, from 40 metres out, puts a high, long ball in. It's not getting the journey, but it might have just got the journey. It's been contested by the defender and Lamidi, but the goal umpire said it did enough, and Lehman gets his first. It's the 9th goal for Coldstream. They are now 9-8-62, leading by 40 points over Oakleigh District's 3-4-22 halfway through this third quarter.
Yeah, look, Oakleigh District come out after that half-time break, and they've given it everything for 10 minutes or so. But now with those goals, you look at their body language. Oakleigh Districts, their body language is not good, and you can understand why. Let's face it, a lot of luck has gone with Coldstream as far as bouncing and all that type of thing today.
The floodgates might open down to the boundary, Jared Beanland.
You called it, Gav. Lehman's having a great quarter. When Oakleigh District looked like they were going to get their transition game going, Lehman just started winning it at the stoppages, and that was a well-earned goal for him.
And he got that tap down too. Carrigan now looking to switch it towards that far side. Will be cut off here. But they still end up with the footy still. They had plenty of numbers around the ball. They switch it back towards the broadcast side to Langdon. Langdon finds Lehman, as we said, has had a big game, just handballs over the top because he sees Chandler and he sees another player as well. Chandler will run onto this for Coldstream, inside 50 to Edmonds, bounced off his chest and well defended by Hilton. And we'll get a boundary throw on inside 50 for the Cougars. As we said, a 40-point lead, and it is ticking into the 15th-minute mark of this third term for the elimination final. Thanks for joining us, Radio Eastern 98.1 FM. We're on our Facebook and YouTube streams. Craig got the tap down. Again towards the boundary line. Conti's there for Coldstream. Picking up first was Morgan. And we'll get a ball up just about 60 out from goal. Oakleigh have got a long, long way to get back in this game. It's all Coldstream as a big tackle laid. Well done there by Connolly, and he's rewarded with the free kick.
Connolly looking for a runner. It would have been a dangerous hand pass to Oakleigh. So he sort of runs inboard and then decides to go backwards to Hawkins. Hawkins goes sideways, and effectively they've gone backwards to Metropolis. Metropolis gets it to his teammate in Zdornowski. Zdornowski kicks a long ball, warns underneath it, allows Cochran to go for it. Spilled ball off hands, goes to the Craig. His hand pass forward doesn't hit, goes the opposite number 7 in Connolly. Now starts up a running game for Oakleigh Districts in the middle. It's in the hands of O'Neill. O'Neill, his kick is chopped off by the ruckman in Lehman, and Lehman goes across board and he finds a teammate. Now they're running through Castry. Hand pass received. Goes through the middle of the ground. Gets it in the open spaces. Hoping Shield to run onto it. Well, he bursts onto it. Now on the right foot. Just chips the ball in front of the leading option, Edmonds. Just on the bounce. Doesn't get to him. So Oakleigh Districts hold up in defence and warns the receiver at centre-half back. The big ruckman. He's got an open player in the middle in Pearson. Pearson will look forward. Does Ryan, goes long, 3-on-3. The defence holds up nicely, but the ball's bobbling around. Who can clear the possession? Trying to get it going was Metropolis. He finds his teammate in Ambrose. Ambrose gets around some players. His quick kick is being chopped off, and the defence holding up nicely. Bouncing ball eludes Falstead on the pass, and it'll be out of bounds.
I'm glad you spat that out in the end.
Could have gone anywhere, that one.
Yeah, no, look, I'll tell you one thing about the game, though. The ball's moving quickly, and players are going in very hard.
Going to be a lot of sore bodies after this game.
So a boundary throw in broadcast side. Lehman versus Warren. Warren wins out this time, and he'll send it forward for Oakleigh District. Bouncing footy, a dangerous one. Ambrose, a smart tap in towards a spot where Coldstream just seemed to have the numbers, though, and they were able to raffle this one off for Stegan. Finds a target in the pocket in Castry, who plays on right away, and there's that run again, looking for Chandler. Bouncing footy. Falls into his lap, looks to use the corridor through Carrigan. Carrigan can run, he's got plenty of space in front of him, can take a bounce, chooses not to. Goes towards the top of the goal square, out the back is Edmonds, couldn't quite take it. Fritsch is there too. Oakleigh defending this with their life, it falls out to Fritsch. He's wrapped up by 2 Oakleigh players, and we're going to get a ball up. 15 out from the Coldstream goals, leading by 40 points.
Don't you love the engine of Harrigan? He just runs.
Just felt he had Shield and shotgun running.
Yeah.
Well, probably could have gone a little longer himself.
Yeah.
As we're going to get another ball up again inside Coldstream's attacking half. Warren pushed aside Fritsch, and it's been penalised for it. So Darcy Fritsch will line up about 25 out, only a very slight angle, and looking for goal number 2. And he's had 2 or 3 opponents on him pretty much all afternoon, as you expect, because he is so dangerous. The last time he did play Oakleigh, he kicked 8 goals. He's coming off 11 goals last week, Josh, was it?
I believe so.
He's going to line up for his second today, and to extend this margin back out to 46 points. And he makes no mistake. Coldstream moved to 10-8-68. Oakleigh District 3-4-22. He's not quite going to get his 100 today, but he does move into 93 goals for the season. Famous on the Darcy Fritsch tracker. if he's going to kick 7 goals in the next 40 minutes, I reckon
it's an ultra impressive effort.
Yeah, it would be pretty exciting.
Back in it.
I mean,
You could have just made the graphic the Darcy tracker, and we could have get halfway there, mate.
Well, yeah, add in Carrigan's goals, yeah, we could push for the 100.
So Warren's tried hard. He just pushed dirt in the that contest with Fritz last time, so he's trying to see if he can redeem himself in the next ruck contest. Surrey Park ruckman goes against Lehman, who wins the tap forward, slaps at 5 metres. Conyers on the run, bursts through the pack, now kicks a high up and under. Where's Darcy? He's being tackled before he gets there, and he's been awarded a free kick. So he's going for goal number 94 for 2024. So let's just see. In today's context, though, this could be the straw that breaks the camel's back, I think, because it's 10-8-68 versus 3-4-22. And they were very conscious of Fritsch and held him away from the contest. And the umpire, it was just too obvious. He had to pay the free kick. So Fritsch lining up for his third of the day. 2 in a minute for Coldstream to kick forward beyond 50-point lead, and it is a goal. The Deadeye Dick gets his third for the day. Fritsch moves them on to 11-8-74, and Oakleigh District's a 3-4-22. It's 52-point margin at the 20-minute mark of the third term.
I know you're excited about that, but Josh is more excited because out of the middle you called Surrey Park again.
Did I?
You did, yes.
Oh, I can't.
I got a Surrey Park scarf.
It's every time I look at you, I think.
It's true.
I apologise. I don't even know I did it.
Well, I am intrigued by Darcy Fish now. At this rate, he could actually get to 100.
Yeah, 94 goals for the season, and they're looking like they might just pummel Oakleigh from here. They go forward again, looking this time for White. Going in there first was Grant, got the handball away, and they link up through Hudson, off to Black. Using the corridor finds Ryan Pearson. And Pearson has just nothing in front of him to pick from.
He had players on this side of the ground screaming for it. He didn't even look there.
So in towards a teammate there in Apostolopoulos. Got the handball off, and inside 50 they go. Here's Blake Pearson on the lead and wanted to play on right away. He does so, puts it towards the hot spot to Stevens. Got 2 to beat. Verstegen picks it up for Coldstream. Slipped over at the wrong time, but got his handball away. And they are able to get out of this through Langdon. Off to Carrigan. And the kick was perfect. And finds Conti, who's off straight away. They're using their pace through Conyers, who gets past an opponent and puts it towards a teammate who couldn't quite take the mark there in Grant. Ball hits the deck. Edmonds is there, so is Fritsch. Has the handball to a teammate who did very nicely just to get his kick away. And Edmonds, did he take the mark just in time? And he has been paid the mark right on the boundary before that crossed over out of bounds on the full. So well done, Mitch Edmonds.
Well
and
done.
it will be certainly a tough angle. He'll snap around the corner here. They're already home. They're 11-8 to 3-4. They can add another one here. Edmonds right in front of the Coldstream faithful has his third of the afternoon. 12-8-80 to 3-4-22.
What about that play from Jared Bayliss as well to just, again, will it forward? That's what he's done so well today as the coach.
Yeah, no, he's played a very good game. Hasn't got a lot of possessions, but every time he has, he's used it. And as you say, not only picked it up, but pushed the ball forward.
Yeah. I just think the rate of the movement into the forward line means the Oakleigh District's back line is now man-watching. Like, I think even Grant got pushed from the front in a marking contest before he spilled his marking effort. So I just feel like the middle is where it's all happening, and the run through the middle is just it's almost like a possession for Coldstream, even when they've come out of defence. Now Carrigan bursting out of the middle. He's got a short pass on. Hits up his teammate in Grant. Carrigan gets the receive back, and now we get the pass, and a beautiful mark by Fritsch. He was just back behind and the right side, boundary side of his opponent, and that space just meant he could reach up for a great mark, and he'll be loading up for his 4th goal, 3rd for the term even, and then we'll go to the century count in a second. But Conyers running off the ground with what appears... Bayliss running off the ground with looking a bit tender. We'll get the boundary riders to assess if that's just a bit of tiredness or an injury for Bayliss. As Fritsch from 40 metres out. Left pocket, puts a high up and under. It's just reaching to the right, and it misses. So it's not a goal to Fritsch. He's still on 3 for the day, and it's extended out to a 59-point lead for Coldstream late in this third term. Let's go to the Boundary Riders.
Yeah, boys, Jared Bayless just looks a bit gassed at the moment, but he should be fine.
Thanks there, Chris. As Oakleigh District find Hilton, clearing it towards the far side. Again, they've had a bit of trouble clearing it out of their back half. This might be a bit better. Now through Hawkins. Hawkins kicking it in front of Pearson. Wasn't the best kick for him to take the mark, and now Coldstream with all the numbers can mop this one up through Craig. They've got 2 in the middle of the ground by themselves, one of them Conyers, and they have all the run at the moment towards Fig on the wing. Will play on straight away, gets past an opponent with ease and puts it towards the Fritsch direction. He's got 3 to beat. Coming in hard there was the defender in Hilton who punched it away. Running out here through Connolly. A mark dropped in towards the middle of the ground. I think that was Ambrose. They're still able to maintain possession of the football, passing it towards Ryan Pearson. No one can really pick this sign up well. This time it was Hawkins who did. Inside 50 they go. Bounce over the top of Sheriff. Running onto this now, Cochrane kicking it in front of him. Socket off the ground towards the boundary line. And with almost 26 minutes gone in this third term.
Boundary.
They trail 3-4-22 to 12-9-81. Let's go down the boundary, Jared Beanland.
You could just really tell from ground level that Oakleigh District, they're gassed. A lot of their kicks, they just don't have the penetration. They don't have the composure.
Well, snap out of the contest there was Pearson, but just a minor score. So 3-5-23 to 12-9-81. Coldstream, 26 minutes played. Third term, but yeah, you're right, Joe. They haven't had the run in this quarter where Coldstream are just finding loose numbers everywhere.
Maybe they just used too much field tickets in that first quarter, Oakleigh District.
Well, I suppose when you when they were going the aggressive tackling, the pressure can tell on yourself in the effort you have to exude to do that game. So the kick out, now they're just really hitting their targets, Coldstream, and they'll get off and running again on the outer side. As the siren sounds for another productive quarter for Coldstream, they added 5 in that term to only 1 for Oakleigh Districts. It's 3-quarter time in this Elimination Final Division 3. The score reads 12-9-81, a 58-point lead for Coldstream. Oakleigh Districts are 3-5-23. There'll be more after this short break as we get into the 4th quarter of the Elimination Final.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Jubilee Park Elimination Final in Division 3, and at three-quarter time, Coldstream 12-9-81 leading the Oakleigh District 3-5-23. And it has been a very impressive performance from the Cougars after quarter time. They've kicked 11 goals to 1 in the second and third terms and have a commanding lead as they look to finish off this game well before playing Knox next Sunday out here at Jubilee Park. Ryan Long, Gav Casey, Josh Ward, Ray Baird, Paul Uconi, and Jared Beanland, Paul, and Chris Curtis on the boundary. Ray, Josh, we'll start with you guys. Again, really dominant. They're really starting to run out of legs, Oakleigh District, and they're just getting players out. Plenty of space. They're using their run, Coldstream, and they're really putting them to the sword.
Is this the experience of playing up at Coldstream on a big ground, wide open ground, whereas Oakleigh District's ground down there on Princess Highway is not the biggest ground out, so they're used to running around on big ground. But I think we've got a situation here now where if I was Coldstream, I would say, don't go to Darcy Fix because he's going to have 3 or 4 on him just for 10 minutes or so, because when they weren't going to Darcy Fix, they were kicking goals. Okay, he got a couple then, one after the other, but he was also 4 or 5 guys going with him, and that's going to happen if they keep going to him. He's got more chance, I think, of kicking the 100 if they don't go to him in the first 10 minutes and go to other people to take the pressure off him.
The only chance of that happening is if they bench him. He's just too much of a presence.
Well, John Longmire did that to Marty, didn't he?
True.
But, Coldstream, 19 scoring shots to just 3 since quarter time.
Yeah.
And they've kicked 11 goals from it. That is just a damning stat.
And all that's, 90% of that's come because of Darcy Kerrigan in the middle. We spoke about
boundary.
his motor.
Let's go down the boundary, Jared Beanland.
Chris has let me take this one so I can get an interview in this game. I'm with the Coldstream assistant coach. Mate, what were you most happy about during that third quarter? It was pretty electric, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think since quarter time we've sort of got the game on our terms a little bit. Ball in hand, I think we've been fantastic, even manning up there loose in the fence and just lowering our eyes going forward, hitting that target up. It's been great, so got to finish it off now. And,
Yeah, it's been pure finals footy from you guys. And Darcy Fritsch, is there any talk around him getting to the 100, or is that just taking a back seat, even with such a lead now?
I'm not too sure actually how many he's kicked so far today, but yeah, he's thereabouts. I don't know if he's got 4, he's on 95, so hopefully he gets a few more today and he can finish it off next week.
I think he's kicked 2 today so far.
3.
Yeah. Oh, 3, sorry. 3.
Thanks, Jared.
There we go. Yeah, next quarter he'll be thereabouts, so we'll get the ball to him now and go from there.
Excellent. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Thanks, Jared Beanland. As we go now to Chris Curtis, who was down at the Oakleigh huddle.
Yeah, boys, Oakleigh District huddle really there was just saying also a bit of composure in that quarter bit. They've got 2 choices now. They can either roll over and let Fritsch kick 100 or really keep their pride intact and play this one out.
Did they mention the Fritsch 100?
Yeah.
They did?
In some more explicit language, but I don't exactly want to repeat that at the moment. So.
You can tell me off there, mate. Back in the middle again. Carrigan storming forward, and there he is. Darcy Fritsch. Here we go. Well, kicks this. It gives us something to talk about for the next 30 minutes.
That's the ideal situation, when you can run onto the ball, but if they bomb it into the goal square, you're going to have 6 guys going over him.
Misses this. He's not going to get 6 if he's not going to get more than 6 opportunities.
Kicked 3 goals today.
Almost every goal still counts for next week as well, because they do play Knox, who they can't be their focus next week. But in comes Darcy Fritsch, and this time it's going to be to the left, so it's a minor score. That's not going to give us much to talk about in this next half an hour. 12-9-81 Coldstream, Oakleigh District 3-5-23. In fact, 12-10-82 Coldstream.
Long kick out to the Bavarian side of Jubilee Park. But big man there, Lehman, stood tall, took the mark. Had a great second half, great game as Lehman. Long ball. Fritsch is leading up to it, and an uncontested mark really because he was front position, leaping at the ball. Didn't have the body check at all. And Lamidi just lamenting, standing a yard behind him as he took the mark. So Fritsch from 20 metres out will give himself time to think about 100, but let's just think about goal number 4 for him today. Fritsch from 20 metres out. Right foot, right through the middle it goes, and that is goal number 4 for Fritsch, and I'll keep the tally. It's 95 for the year, but importantly for the season in the comp, it's Coldstream 13-10-88. Leading by 65 points over Oakleigh District's 3-5-23.
Very important, like they said, Oakleigh District cannot afford to lay down. They're playing for next season's recruitment. That's what they've got to do. They've got to stand up in this last quarter. If they lay down, people are going to forget their season. They're going to think about that last quarter.
Well, they've got 25 minutes to play in this game, and they've really lost their run. So we'll see how they go as Coldstream just continue to put on the goals. Again, they're going to get this one out through Carrigan, who's been enormous. Got off to Craig. Had time to give it back to Carrigan. Carrigan, you know where he's going to go. He's going to go to Fritsch, and he's not going to drop those. Leading in front. And Darcy Fritsch will line up for goal number 96 in 2024.
That connection between Darcy Carrigan and Darcy Fritsch is just simply remarkable.
Well, real Darcy, isn't it?
Yes. And Josh, we talked about Marn and Hendon as a duo. We've obviously mentioned both Darcy Fritsch and Carrigan during the week as well, and the connection they have and how strong both of them are. Two very proud Coldstream people. And Darcy Fritsch, you can see the celebration right away. He knows that's through the middle. He's got 2 of this quarter. He's got 5 for the game. He's got 96 goals for the season. And there's still at least 20 minutes to play.
Now, what Oakleigh did, no good having 5 guys standing in the goal square beside it. They have got to cut off down the corridor to stop that run onto the ball.
100%. It starts in the middle.
Yep.
Big bodies getting it to the outside, and now Carrigan's run.
There's nobody in that hole. Somebody should be in that hole.
No. He's had space in front of him both times.
That's right.
But the 6-on-6 sort of helps with that in terms of allowing quick centre clearances to get to Fritsch. And once he's got front position and he's leaping at the ball, he's almost impossible to beat today. So the tap goes forward at the back of the pack. Metropolis gets it going forward for Oakleigh. Not taking the mark was Black. And centre-half back, Coldstream hold up. As we'll go boundary side, it's a ball up, centre-half forward for Oakleigh.
Just at that secondary ball up in the middle there, I noticed a couple of Oakleigh District half-forwards just trying to come up and clog up the contest. So they're really trying to stem the clearances from Coldstream, make sure they don't get any more inside 50s.
Ball goes to Blake Pearson. He gets underneath it, can't take the mark. Roving ball there by play, I think it was Hawkins, and it goes forward. Oakleigh District trying to keep it as it goes dribbling off to the forward pocket, and eventually it goes out, and no shot at goal. So Oakleigh District's trying to get another score on the board. They've only since quarter time added 1-2. So it's been pretty full-on effort. After a great first quarter, getting an 8-point lead, they now trail this contest by 71 points. And a free kick goes to the defence in Carrigan, who might be one of the best on ground. Hands it off, does Carrigan, as Coldstream try to get out through the kick, finding Langdon. Langdon spills it under a bit of pressure. He tackles the player without the ball, and the umpire off the field was not blindsided by that and has to give the free kick to Cochrane, because Langdon, trying to get the ball, tackles Cochrane out of the way. Cochrane gets a pass into the leading option. In the hole was another teammate. Might have not been the intended, but Oakleigh Districts will eventually have a shot at goal with it's in the hands of Ambrose, who's tried hard today, but he's just been, I suppose, too much to battle against.
He's fought hard as that second ruck option and inside forward 50 as well for Oakleigh District, definitely go.
Yeah, he stood in the hole. The leading options come to it, but he took the mark anyway. 20 metres out, he puts the ball through the middle, and there's really no celebrations. One high 10 really for Ambrose. Now they're starting to come to him, but the energy has been exhausted all in the last 2.5 quarters, as Oakleigh District's no more than a consolation. 4-5-29, trailing Coldstream 14-10, 94, 6 minutes last quarter.
Just hasn't. Sorry, Josh.
It hasn't gone their way, but it's a disappointing way, I reckon, for Oakleigh to end their season, because they have shown a little bit. It's just coming up against those top sides the last couple of weeks. Surrey first up, and now Coldstream here. That just.
Well, I think that's been probably the reality of the season. The top 4 has just had that gap on the rest of the division. As we saw, as Bonacci wrapped up in a tackle in the middle of the ground again. Oakleigh District, what was their record, Josh? 8-10 during the home and away season. So I think if you haven't at least got break even, if you're not breaking even 9-9, you're probably never a real contender. As Ryan Pearson putting it towards half forward. The tackle there from Sheriff was high on Cochrane. Cochrane has someone as a player leading towards him. Verstegen's going to pick this one off for the Cougars. So
it was 8-10 this season for Oakleigh, Ryan.
Thank you, Josh. As they switch it towards the far side now, the hands of Matthew Langdon. The kick forward's good and finds Hammond. Hammond has had a pretty solid game for the Cougars. Has a target that he finds. Cameron Shield. And they work their way up the wing slowly, but very smart. They've got the runner in Carrigan again, who will chip it over the top. And they work this towards Fritsch, who's got a mile of space in front of him. And he will line up for yet another one. He's looking for goal number 6, and it would be goal number 97 for the season. And just so much space in front of him, Ray. And Paul?
Yeah, the marks inside 50 in this quarter is 4-1 in favour of Coldstream.
Darcy Fritsch, he's already got a couple in this last quarter for goal number 96. This one is home. Oh, here we go. 15-10, 100 to 4-5-29 Oakleigh District. That margin now to 71 points. And if he's not going to get it today, he's certainly going to get it next week, I think. He's certainly closed into it as we go down to the boundary.
I think that was the quickest goal celebration I've ever seen. The ball wasn't even at his apex and he was already pointing to the crowd.
Yeah, he knows, he knows. That's 6 for Fritsch today.
And he could have actually gotten there by now because he's kicked 6 goals, 3 has Darcy Fritsch.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
4 marks inside 50 this quarter for Coldstream, all going to Fritsch, who's kicked 3 goals, 1 this quarter, 6 goals. Coldstream are on 100. That's the pathway number that we want to see Fritsch go towards, as he's 3 away from 100 for the season. Secondary ball up in the middle of Jubilee Park. Lehman, again, good body position. His tap has been, Bonacci gets in the way of it. The hand pass got in the way was Castry. His hand pass away, just set his teammate under a heap of pressures, and Conyers has been free kick against for holding the ball. Long ball in. There's Cochrane. Big leap. This time he had to go from a position lead, jumping straight up, and the hands went even higher, and he took a great mark. So even from a standing position, he can get to great heights, Ken Cochrane. Can he finish it off with another goal for the day?
And he's an exciting proposition for the future for Oakleigh District. Certainly got a pretty decent leap on him, and he's fought hard for most of the day.
He hasn't got a goal today, but he's probably got, well, he's certainly got mark of the day. As he kicks from 45 metres out. Long ball, just dropping short. Defence will get their hands to it, and a spoil just comes off hands, and a minor score for Oakleigh Districts. They get to 4-6-30. They trail by 70. Coldstream 15-10, 100. Would you believe it was an 8-point lead for Oakleigh Districts at quarter time?
Since quarter time, it's been a demolition. A big chance here for Oakleigh District. Run down in the tackle. And great pressure, which we probably haven't seen enough of after quarter time. And a big chance for Oakleigh to get their 5th of the day, this time through Ambrose.
Bit of arrogance there by the defender, trying to take him on in that situation.
So Ambrose has been solid today. He's done quite a lot right. He's lining up for his first of the afternoon. Ambrose, kick on the way, holds its line and sneaks through for another for Oakleigh District, their second of the last quarter, and I believe it's his second goal actually. I've missed one for him. 5-6-36 Oakleigh District, Coldstream 15-10-100. We've played 11 minutes last term. And if you've just joined us, this of course is the elimination final, so Coldstream are going to advance through to play Knox next Sunday back here at Jubilee Park. Domvale Surrey on the Saturday in the second semi. And for Oakleigh District, season over.
And the head-to-head, Coldstream have beaten Knox this year, haven't they?
I think they've beaten them twice.
Twice. Yeah.
So there you go. So that leads into a good game. I know we're thinking about next week too early, but the game is in the middle of Jubilee Park. No clear possession one from the tap, one by Lehman. So Lehman will go again against Warren. Good body position for Lehman to win the tap. Knocked forward by Connolly, trying to get it going for Oakleigh Districts. Carrigan hand pass receive, spears it into Lehman. Lehman off one step, now kicks towards the leading option, all on his own, and he must have a smell to him, Edmonds, because he was clear by 20 metres inside 50. And Edmonds was going to line up.
Fritch is leading in the pocket. Give it to him.
Well, it's very hard when he puts the ball on the ground to pass it, unfortunately. As Edmonds, probably a smart tactic he likes to use is to put the ball. I can't pass it. I don't even have it in my hand. Edmonds looking for his fourth goal of the day. From straight in front, it doesn't deviate off a line that goes straight over the goal umpire's hat, and it's another goal for Coldstream. 16-10, 106, 70-point lead restored. Oakleigh Districts 5-6-36. 13 minutes last term.
And I reckon it was a half a second there from Darcy Fritch where he started celebrating Mitch Edmonds' goal there.
Yeah, no, that's right.
They just know that it's going through.
They're very good straight kicks, aren't they? These fellas for Coldstream.
And that's Edmonds' fourth too. So
Edmonds has been very good today.
He has been.
Yeah.
And that is key going into next week because although they've had probably a bit of space between them in that forward 50 in the second half, they're not going to have the same luxury, I don't think, next week against Knox.
7 goal kickers today for Coldstream, which is a massive positive for them.
A lot to like. Back in the middle again, Lehman with the tap down, who's been really important himself. Hawkins first to the footy, gets the kick. It's a high one up in the air and giving a chance now for Bernacci to run onto it, but the boundary line will beat him. Chased forward by Carrigan, who's probably been one of the best players on the ground as well.
Oh, without a doubt, in my book, he has been the best.
Yeah, I'm with you, Ray.
He'd be... unfortunately, we don't have the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground award today, but he'd certainly be a talking point for it. Shield here off the ground. And it falls into the hands of Grant for Oakleigh District, who switches it back to centre half back to Black. Simon Black had another great season again. And that's a short option. Metropolis will go in towards the middle of the ground. Cut off this time by Shield. Off the ground, and they're going to hurt him on the transition.
Over the top.
Picked up by Edmonds. Fritch is there. He looks for him in the pocket. Darcy's got it. Reminder, Josh, what is he on?
97.
97 goals for the season. 6 today. If he kicks this one, then just watch every ball inside 50 go into his direction.
Any other day of the week, you would
Edmonds would have kicked that himself, yes.
He absolutely would have.
But he wanted to do the team thing and get Darcy Fritch another one, and it is through. Yeah, umpire makes us wait for it, but it's goal number 98.
Have a look at Blake Pearson. He was calling for that ball right down here, and he had another one of his own players beside him, and they went to the centre of the ground, turned the ball over. He hasn't moved. He's just standing there with his hands on his hips. He must be totally frustrated.
I think he's muttering some of those words he used in the huddle about Fritch getting to 100.
I know.
What do you reckon?
I'd like to know what that was.
No, but when you're getting thrashed like that, keep the ball to the boundary line at least, you know. You go to the corridor, you turn it over, you get punished.
Back in the middle, it's been a lot of centre clearances going the way of Coldstream. Carrigan's been the hand pass receiver who injects them forward. Craig's been pretty good in tight as well. Lehman hands it back. Even with these secondary ball ups, they've just got the good numbers where they can get the first ball out of the contest. Again, it goes out to the half-forward flank. Bounces nicely for Felsted. Goes back towards McInerney got it forward. Hand passed back to Conyers. Conyers slippery, gets out of the tackle, but he slides the ball out of bounds on the full as he was unbalanced, and it'll be a turnover ball for Oakleigh District. Short pass finds Hawkins. Hawkins will go into the middle. Bonacci, who's got some space to run, but he decides just to stand still at centre half back and wait for options to appear. There's a little bit of energy forward where Cochrane will go towards it. Big leap again. He gets high in terms of jumping straight up. So Cochrane, well, the ruckman's in his way when he nearly tripped him up when he's kicking the ball. Lehman couldn't get out of the way, so Cochrane will be walked towards the goal line, and he'll have a shot now from only 40 metres out.
Boundary.
We'll go boundary side, Chris.
Yeah, boys. Jared Baylor's just in the dugout now with ice on both his hamstrings. That's his job done for today, I think.
Yes, you don't come back with the ice on. Once that's applied, your day is over.
Still took a nice mark before from that Gary Conyers kick out on the full.
Right, I was wondering where you're going with that. As Cochrane, who's had a few shots at goal, but he's yet to get a goal. From 30 metres out, he won't not get the journey, but he'll miss to the left this time. So he's still goalless, but he's taken a lot of great marks today as Cochrane. Another minor score for Oakleigh Districts. They are 5-7-37, and they look at Coldstream being 17-10-112. It's Coldstream that will advance in this final series, but at the 17-minute mark, we are on Fritsch watch. 7 goals today, 98 for the
Get out the
season.
Fritsch tracker again.
There's still 10 minutes to get to 100.
He's on 98. They're a long way from home at the moment. They're in the back pocket. Off to Verstegen. He clips one across the head. Accidental.
Boundary.
Bonacci. Let's go down to Jared Beanland.
I reckon Darcy Fritsch was probably hoping that Cochrane would kick that goal, so it would go right back to the centre.
I think so. It probably would have helped him out. Dropped a mark here. Did McInerney. Went backwards to Verstegen. His kick was smothered off the boot. Grabbing this one now. Conyers got the handball off to Sheriff. His kick smothered as well. Bonacci ends up with a footy and kicks it out of bounds on the full for Oakleigh District. So Verstegen will take the kick in.
It was reminiscent of pinball.
Yes, that's right.
That ball was just bouncing off people.
17-10-112 Coldstream, 5-7-37 Oakleigh District. Fig will clear it now towards the far side this time. And a strong mark taken there by Felsted, who uses Craig in the middle, who's all by himself. And Craig sends it towards half forward line for Coldstream, picked up here by DeFeedy. Got the handball off Hawkins. Out of defence at the moment. Craig trying to put the pressure on Bonacci. And we're going to get a stoppage on that far side coming up to the 19th minute mark of this last term. Let's go down boundary.
Boys, I'm just standing here wondering how long until we see a Hawthorn versus Brendan Favola style triple tag on Fritsch.
Yeah, it'd be interesting.
Here goes the ball in the forward line, but Fritsch is not in the area, so let's not get excited yet.
I'm going to make a prediction here. He's going to keep you all upset because he's going to end the day on 99.
I'm with you, Ray.
Well, that was Josh's prediction, I think, at the start of the
that was mine.
Oh, Jared's, was it? Jared's prediction.
What I love in the third quarter.
I'll tell you what might happen.
Spoil the party.
What
I
might
want
happen?
him to kick it.
I'll mention in a moment.
I don't think we're going to let you.
Time.
As now the balled in, and it's a pack of players around it, and a lot of tired bodies will hand it back to the umpire. But there's about 15 from each team around this ball up as we go to Paul.
What I was about to say, I hope he's not on 99 and then there's a free kick against him in the last minute.
Well, it'll be a bit of a drama, which we wouldn't mind, because this game's been over for about at least a quarter and a half in reality. And there's a head-high tackle as the player had his head over the ball.
Just having a look now, sorry, Gav. Black is in the hole. He's standing in front of Fritsch, so finally they're going to stop him leading at it.
But White's not going to get the journey, so he's looking for runners to get around him. Where's Fritsch?
Where's he going?
The lead is to Fritsch. It's got it. No, spills it. Ground level ball. Castro can't get there. He had 2 hands on the ball, but he didn't take it, did Fritsch. And the clearing kick will go out of bounds. No, bouncing in. It's been a funny bouncing ball all day, has this one. Coldstream got it back in hand. The hand pass goes forward by Langdon. He can't get the open play running. And then there's over the shoulder. Cochrane still has a head, but it nearly came off in the tackle. So Cochrane will look for a nice pass into leading option to Ambrose. Takes it on the ground. Well, takes it just before it hits the ground. Ambrose dodges. He goes one way, then the other to get around the man on the mark. The kick goes forward. Spilt mark. The trying to take it with the sun in his eyes, maybe, was the Oakleigh District's player. Clearing ball. White will take the late fly. Ground level. He can't beat the 4 numbers of Oakleigh Districts. And it's Pearson who's got it. Blake Pearson takes a bounce as he runs around a player. That's bold. He's already taken 4 bounces.
4.
Only 5. He's going for 6. 7. No. 6 bounces before he passes to a teammate. And Stevens takes the mark. He ran 30, took 6 bounces. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You just want to
5. I'll guarantee
It was 5. Yeah,
I
it was 5.
I thought it was
Show him
6.
the replay, Lee.
It was 5, but he definitely only needed 2.
Yeah, that's right. And Stevens ended with it with a prop kick over the top. I would have liked him to take 6 or 7 because he would have been having a shot at goal.
He would have been,
and I would have been up.
He would have been in the car park by that stage.
Stevens has missed his kick to the left.
Boundary.
And it's a minor score, anti-climax. It's 8-38 Oakleigh Districts, trailing Coldstream 17-10, 1-12. And by the way, Fritsch is still on 98. Boundary.
I reckon I could read Blake Pearson's mind during that passage of play, and it read, stuff this.
I was just about to say that. Get stuffed, I'll do it myself.
Yeah.
As he goes, Pesamenti finds a target in back pocket. And they're going to try and use the far wing again, this time through Hammond. Hammond's got the runner in Felsted. Done a lot right today. Finds a target in Carrigan. Has runners on, juggling. Ball there from Felsted, I think. Hawkins picked it up now. They're going to get him on the transition through Connolly. Connolly hits up Ryan Pearson, about 60 out from home. Has a couple of options in front of him. Finds one in Connolly again, who puts towards the top of the goal square. Cochrane's there. No mark taken. Almost copping one high with Stevens, and the second time he was caught for holding the ball. And taking this will be Jake Sheriff at full back. And we are now up to at the 23rd minute mark, Gav. 17-10, 112 Coldstream, 5-8-38 Oakleigh District. And Darcy Fritsch is 7 goals, 6-43, I think, Josh? 7-4? What's he on?
7-3.
7-3-45.
I've got him down 4.
Well, he's beating Oakleigh single-handedly.
Yes.
As they try to clear again through Chandler. Chandler hones it over to Craig. Craig steadies but goes sideways boundary side. And they're keeping possession. Coldstream, a long way away from Fritsch. We don't want to be myopic, but it is the intention coming to the end. As now the turnover ball. As Oakleigh Districts load up a long high ball. Cochrane will be the flyer! Nearly some excitement, but he went up so early. The umpire called the free kick before it even happened. And it's now going to be a Coldstream.
He said, but I was on my way to Darcy.
There's the transitional kick. The Coldstream are probably so tired they can't get it to Darcy, but they're still trying. Langdon at half-back, short pass to Lehman. Lehman hoping for a runner. Langdon does reward him with the run past the man on the mark. So the kick goes forward. It's in hand. Shields going on the bounce, taking it half forward. Can't get into the open for the kick. Grant's got it. Hands it back to Shield. Shield goes sideways. Finds Verstegen. Or is that... Yeah, Verstegen. Here's Fritsch! He's got it. He spilt it. No. He's still running onto it. Now he's 60 out, so he's not within distance of even if he picks it up. And it's now an anticlimax once more. But it's Coldstream in hand through Chandler. Chandler hands it over to Shield. Shield doesn't have Fritsch in front of him, but he has Edmonds. Edmonds spills it. He can't take the mark. He tries to keep it in play, and it's going to be a ball up 40 metres from goal. As Fritsch walks himself back to the goal square, wondering what could have been with those 2 last efforts.
He'll need to probably kick 2 goals in 3 or 4 minutes here, Darcy Fritsch. I think it's
running out of time, isn't he?
I reckon he's going to remain on 98, unfortunately.
So Craig bursting forward. Conti's there. Ball comes out in Oakleigh District through Grant and Warren. Kick was smothered. Picked up now, trying to escape this. Craig for Coldstream. Has a player all by himself in Lehman. Plenty of space. Took a bit of time to pick it up, the big man, but got it eventually and was caught for holding the ball, wrapped up. And Simon Black has earned himself a free kick in their back half. 25 and a half minutes gone. Coldstream 17-10, 112 to Oakleigh District, 5-8-38. They'll be going through to the semi-final next Sunday against Knox. And Darcy Fritsch will be likely finishing on 98 goals today. And there is the siren. So Coldstream advance. Oakleigh District season comes to an end. 17-10, 112 to Oakleigh, 5-8-38. And a comprehensive performance from the Cougars. They were outstanding right from the start, Josh, and particularly after quarter time, actually, Oakleigh District had a really impressive first quarter, but after that, it was all Coldstream.
Yeah, it pretty much was. I think it was only 8 scoring shots in the final 3 quarters for Oakleigh District, and most of those scoring shots coming in the final quarter, whereas Coldstream, they kicked 16 goals and had 25 scoring shots. So just an absolute domination and a good momentum booster heading into a first semi-final next weekend against Knox.
That's absolutely right.
Yeah, as the game went on, they definitely got better, Coldstream, and in the end of the last quarter, it was only a training drill, but it just shows you, I reckon, the experience of playing on that big Coldstream oval up there, it's certainly shown out today, and I think that as far as Oakleigh Districts are concerned, you don't want to be too critical of them, but maybe they've got to just work a little bit harder on the track during the season just to get better value out of their bottom 6 players.
And I think you asked during the pre-game to Blake Pearson, that is, of where are they now compared to last year? Are they in a better spot? And he pretty much said they're in the same spot. Yeah. So there probably is a bit of work to do, and if they can just get a few more players, I think a few more recruits as well, they're in a good spot still. There are certainly got potential to really improve off this, and when you do have someone like Blake Pearson there, you know you're in good hands. But just needed more contributors across the day. But I think Gav's got our goal kickers going through from today's game. Gav?
Yeah, just before the interviews. Fritsch for Coldstream with 7. He's now on 98 for year 2024. What a great year he's having. Edmonds kicked 4 today. Carrigan with 2 in that second term. Singles to Conyers, Chandler, Lehman and Conti. That is the 17 goals for Coldstream. And for Oakleigh Districts, it was 2 goals in the first quarter for Dobson. Ambrose 2 goals in the last quarter, and Blake Pearson had 1 goal.
Gameplay with your midfield. Who's been
probably all of them, to be honest. They look after me pretty well. Darcy Carrigan loves hitting me up. Good having Brock and Gaz in this year. They've put a massive fire in our midfield. So all the boys really, they look after me, and that's why I can do what I do, I suppose.
And Jared, I noticed early in that fourth quarter you had the ice on both the hammies. What's the rest and recovery plan now ahead of next week?
Oh mate, it's been a long year for me. I haven't been able to get my body right at all, and it's been a bit of a process, and I thought if I could buy a quarter, I'm going to take it. I'm 36, and it's just the way it is, mate. The legs started to work a little bit today, which I'm happy about, but just more proud of the boys' efforts. We'll recover well, mate, and obviously got through unscathed, and just continue to build as a footy club. You know, like we set ourselves to this time of year that we were going to have a good crack at it and try and build something special, and we'll continue to do that. We'll prepare really well this week, rest and recover, and focus on our task in Knox next Sunday. So they're a good side, and they finished third, and we respect them a lot, and We've had some good battles with them this year, and no doubt next Sunday it'll be exactly the same. So,
Thanks, gents. Good luck against Knox next week. Go in and sing the song.
Thanks there to Jared Beanland and Chris Curtis doing a great job on the boundary, and two very important players in that side. Darcy Fritsch, of course, as well as the coach, and Jared Bayless. And great to see their first win since 2005. And we did talk about that during the week, and I didn't actually realise how long it was that they haven't won a final for. It's a long time, and it's just great for the club. They've got the women's in the grand final next week. The boys are through to a semi-final. It's great signs for the Coldstream Football Club.
Yeah, they're on the up are the Cougars, and it's terrific, and it just shows the strength of their senior men's and senior women's programs. That one side is playing in a first semi-final, can certainly go to a preliminary final, and the other is playing in the grand final as they head into the rooms now and just about to.
Well, hopefully we'll get the song thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals celebrating lives, and the connection's usually pretty good down here at Jubilee Park, so we might actually be able to hear that in just a moment.
We're trying to filter our way in here, boys, but it's an absolute bottleneck. Give us a minute.
Well, good work, boys. You follow them in there. 17-10, 112 is Coldstream, the final score to Oakleigh District, 5-8-38. Lee?
I was going to say they can probably stay outside.
Boundary for the song.
They'll still hear us.
There we go.
You'll still hear us.
The Coldstream song, thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals celebrating lives, Gab.
Could they modify it to Sunday? Because they said, how we do on a Saturday or something like that was one of their lines.
I think they might have to now, because they are playing obviously next Sunday if they make a prelim final.
Again on another Sunday.
Would they be favourite next week, considering they've beaten Knox twice? Even though the ladder position finished as it did, it just meant that Knox beat other teams. Is the matchup good for Coldstream?
I wasn't here yesterday, but I didn't see the game. But I got the result that there were two different types of games today and yesterday. Yesterday was a hard-fought effort for 3 quarters, whereas today, Coldstream, they had a big one. Maybe did it a bit easier. Did yesterday take more out of Knox? That's going to be the question.
It will be interesting, but we saw from what I saw at least in that first half from Knox, their turnover game is really strong, and they were well on top of Surrey Park during that first half, and were really resilient for at least the 3 and a bit quarters, but just couldn't get over the line. So I think it's a 50-50. It's a toss of the coin, I reckon.
Yeah, certainly right. And we might take an ad break in a second. We've got a lot to talk about wrapping up this game, yesterday's game. We've got plenty of time. We're on air for another 35 minutes, so plenty of discussion if we want. We might even open up the questions to anyone listening on still. Radio Eastern 98.1 FM. Should we open up the callers? Can we do that, Lee?
35 minutes of
probably past our...
With less than 30 seconds of I'm not giving my mobile number out. So.
No, you can call... No, I don't think we'll do that. But we'll, if you've got questions, you've got things we want to talk about, make sure to pop that in the chat on Facebook and YouTube. We're going to take an ad break now, and we'll come back to wrap everything up out here at Jubilee Park. 17-10, 112 to Oakleigh District, 5-8-38.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Jubilee Park, the Division 3 Elimination Final. It was Coldstream winners over Oakleigh District, 17-10, 112 to 5-8, 38, moving into a first semi-final next Sunday out here at Jubilee Park. And what we might build up during the week, Josh, on the socials is the fact that Darcy Fritsch, with his 7 goals today, is sitting on 98 goals for the season, and potentially could kick his 100th next Sunday. So if you are in the area of Jubilee Park next Sunday, get down to this ground to watch history in the making.
I mean, maybe one of the media team members. I'm sure Blake Tedham wouldn't mind coming back out here on a Sunday afternoon to see if Darcy Fritsch does get to 100 goals. But
problem is Blake he'll get to 99.
He'll
and
leave.
then Blake will leave the ground, and we won't hear from him.
He'll go home to wash his car.
Yeah, you're
what
right.
I don't want Fritsch to worry about as a person is him kicking 100.
Yeah.
Could it sidetrack him from a play?
Well, I think the big thing, Ray, is that they've got a game to win next week. They've got a big semi-final, and that's the priority. It's not. This is just an extra sideline story for us to talk about.
They had the luxury today of having a big lead, and in the last quarter they could go to him. Whereas
Correct.
if that game had been close, he probably wouldn't have kicked anywhere near them.
No, I certainly agree with that. And it looks like the boys are going to get an interview after the guys are finished up with their post-match addressing. It looks like we've got Darcy Carrigan on the way, who was just outstanding. If there was a Best On Ground award today, Ray, I think with my 3 votes, even though Fritsch kicks 7 goals, he's the one who set up most of them as well.
During the year, Ryan, we've spoken about some of these guys that no matter what sport they play, they're absolute. And he is an absolute gun at cricket, bowling and batting as well.
Oh, he's cricketer too.
I've him quite often.
Oh, really?
Where does he play?
Well, we do have Darcy at the moment. Darcy Carrigan down on ground level. Ray, we're talking about your cricket career at the moment, but fantastic game from you, and it's great to see Coldstream moving on to a second semi-final and the first finals win in quite a long time.
Yeah, exactly right. It's awesome to get the finals win. I think I've played in 5 or 6 losing ones through my career at Coldie, so we figured out it's been 20 years. So, yeah, great to get that monkey off the back and move forward from here.
And the side performed really well today. We had a bit of fun with Darcy Fritsch, and we had the Darcy tracker up on how many goals he was on, finished obviously on 98. And a lot of those goals today was delivery from you, and the connection that you guys have is such a strong one, and it's been so prominent, not just today, but across the years that you guys have been playing together.
Yeah, he's a massive focal point for us. We probably looked for him a little bit more in that last quarter, tried to get him there, but he's been huge for us. So it's been great, the connection between all the boys and all the other forwards doing their job to help him out as well.
Darcy, it's Josh Ward here. Congratulations on the victory and your own 2 goals, particularly that first one you kicked tucked up to the boundary. You must be pretty pleased to be able to find the big sticks as consistently as you do from midfield and sometimes playing up forward.
I think that first one I pulled out my arse a bit, but it's good to get on the end of a couple and just do your bit, I suppose.
And just that, and as you mentioned, that connection and that forward line working together, it must be pleasing to have so many different avenues to goal, not just Darcy Fritsch, particularly in a game like today.
Yeah, exactly right. Mitch Evans had 4 today, I think. He's a really good second tall, which he probably doesn't get the best matchup. A lot of the time they're double team Fritter, so for other blokes to pop up like that, and then the smalls like Jezza, he's unbelievable, the quickest bloke I've ever seen. So, to have someone like that in your team as well, it's really dynamic. So, it's really good.
It's Ray here, Das. Look, you and I both know I umpire you in cricket and you'll bowl 8 overs from one end and then you are absolutely spent. What I want to know is how can you run all day on Jubilee Oval and look as though you know... No, seriously, what sort of training? Do you do a lot of running at training and off-season?
I suppose it helps playing at Coldie every week. I don't mind it. The running's the easy part, I think. I don't want to get in the tussles. My arms aren't big enough for that. So, running around's the easy part, I think.
Yeah, certainly right. And obviously it's a big week now. You face Knox on the Sunday and you have beaten them twice during the season, but their probably best form has come in the last month after they played you guys. So it's a big challenge, but I'm sure one that you're looking forward to.
Yeah, exactly right. They're really well led by the captain and coach. They're really well drilled. We've probably played 2 really good games against them, so that we know that they're going to be a tough ask next week. And they played really well yesterday. Surrey just got over in the end, but so we'll prepare well and hopefully have a good crack next week.
And Das, with a new coach coming in next season, is the club all excited about that? Not that Jared's done a terrific job.
Yeah, the players he's brought and the different voice, like we really love Chad, and then the different voice, Jared, it's been really good. Probably a fresh voice. The boys he's brought in as well, they've really brought in. It will be more excitement for next year as well. So we'll just keep building. It's been a long road. Probably 8-9 years ago we were sitting on the bottom of 4th division. So it's been a long road, but we're going in the right direction.
And is that something that's really helped you guys, you personally this season, having guys like Conyers come into the side and certainly that work through the midfield, as good as you are, you've got a lot of players around you that certainly have an impact too. Yeah,
it's good to have a really good even spread over the ground and have a good amount of rotations that can come through all the time because relying on too few all the time, it's been tough. We've got a lot of good role players, but having a couple of bigger bodies like Gaza in there helps everyone. So it's been really good.
Well, Darcy, you're an absolute champion. A great game from you today. Enjoy the win. First finals win in a long time. Have a great night. Celebrate it and look forward to seeing you on Sunday against Knox.
Thank you very much. Cheers, boys.
Darcy Carrigan there. What a phenomenal player for Coldstream. An absolute star.
Good luck next
Would
week.
certainly be one of those players who would poll really well in the best and fairest, league best and fairest once again.
Well, he has one comp medal.
Correct.
I think he's won 2, one in East, 2 different divisions.
I reckon 2018 was his most recent best and fairest in Division 4.
And I think he won one earlier than that as well.
So he is an absolute gun and just works hard all day. And I reckon it was those first 2 goals, or that goal he kicked, the first one, which was the momentum changer heading in Coldstream's favour. Not that they weren't probably going to get momentum in those final 3 quarters. That was just, that kick-started them, I reckon.
Oh, it certainly did. And, I mean, that second term, I think, was probably their best quarter because Oakleigh was still, coming off a really good first quarter. Their pressure was still up. And they just went bang, bang, bang. And that's when they weren't targeting Fritsch. They were looking for those other options. And Edmonds was massive. And he probably is, overshadowed because of Darcy Fritsch and where he was positioned. And he could have finished probably with 5 or 6 Gav. He gave off a couple and was looking for Fritsch. So having him have that sort of game coming into it. Carrigan, obviously, when he's pushed forward, is so dangerous as well. You've got, some of those small forwards like Conti who can hit the scoreboard. So it's a very good spot to be in that. As good as he is, in Darcy Fritsch, if they choose to use those other options, they're great players up forward.
I think it took Jared Bayless, who's on the field, and the off-field coaching team about a quarter to work out that there was players behind the ball for Oakleigh and at the ball.
Yeah.
So they had to adjust the way they went to each contest. And it only took to about the second quarter before they got some outside. They got it outside of that tight circle that Oakleigh were keeping the contest to. Oakleigh were very smart. They just wanted it in tight because they knew if they kept them from running, where was Coldstream going to go? But I think Coldstream realised we've got to get in, got to get our hands dirty, got to get involved. And that's where Craig, even moving in as a bigger body, was one of those players who helped Carrigan get in the game.
He was really serviceable.
Definitely, yeah. Craig was great. I also think it started from Jesse Lehman as well. I mean, I don't know if we're giving votes, but he would figure in my votes personally. He got the tap downs really well. He got on top of the ruck contest after quarter time, and he was very good around the ground also.
Yeah, he's a smooth moving big man, is Jesse Lehman, and certainly added a lot to this Coldstream lineup. But yeah, I think Craig was really serviceable, so was Conyers. That move into midfield was really smart by Jared Bayless. I found it surprising that he started up forward, just given the impact he can have through the guts. It's that big-bodied Conyers.
And at a base end, Castry and White, they've got pace at the end of the change as well and the start of the change. I think having that ability to step through a line, I think that served Coldstream well in the second and third term.
And let's not forget Mitchell Edmonds as well. I mean, he's chipped in with 4 goals, a big forward as well. So, you know, when they weren't going to Fritz, you know, he was their option to go to when they were going long, that's for sure. But in that first quarter, I thought Oakleigh District were extremely good. Even when Coldstream did get a centre clearance, they forced Coldstream very wide to the boundary. But once that second quarter started and Coldstream started to dominate the centre clearances, they went down the corridor. They went down the corridor.
And that second, the spare man, I should say, which was often Dylan Hilton. It was occasionally Connor Morgan as well. It didn't really end up helping them out because there were too many other options for Coldstream leading away from where that spare man was patrolling. And I think it was like very good direction in terms of Coldstream's disposal inside forward 50 to just nullify that and also get their ground level players to work also.
And Paul, what was your take on the game, eh? Just some of the stats you got there.
Yeah, no, I thought Coldstream took advantage of the game after quarter time, especially in the second quarter. The clearances out of the middle, they generated 21 inside 50s to 7, and they just upped the pressure in the second quarter, and then that's what laid the foundations from there on in.
How many inside 50s did they have for the rest of the game, Paul?
So they had 49 entries.
And they had 27 scoring shots. It's a strike rate of
that's good conversion.
That's
isn't
a strike rate of
better than 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant, and you're scoring 17 shots from 17 goals from 49 entries. That's really impressive.
One thing that could have held them up is that they actually converted the goals.
Yeah.
Like when we talk about Carrigan's goal in the pocket where he drilled it so hard that it didn't deviate off the line. No. That was a smart kick. Everything they did around the corner goal by Chandler, they were clinical enough to keep momentum going their way. And I think it broke the spirits of Oakleigh Districts that they were scoring even though the effort was huge. They were... For a quarter and a half, Oakleigh District's last line was like a brick wall. But eventually, the scores were getting on the board, and that just kills... at the end of the day, it's going to hurt the psychology. You can't keep going at it if the award is going to the opposition.
And just on Oakleigh District, I want to give a shout out to Jacob Warren in the ruck. He was one that he fought that game out right to the end. He gave everything he had in that last quarter in particular, and for a big man, that was a great effort.
And of the 2 games we've seen him this year, Josh, he's had 2 really important days. Obviously not the result he would want today, but was really solid.
Yeah, and I thought Simon Hawkins in midfield as well was also really solid, particularly in those first 3 quarters. I've just felt like he ran out of gas in that last quarter.
Did we mention Bonacci? He was strong.
He's had a great season.
Early on, he was brilliant. Yeah,
he was.
It's the thing for me. It was Hawkins was the only one really keeping his width and actually being the receiver on the outside, and his disposal was good enough to capitalise. But as you said, he ran out of gas.
And I think he is familiar with Jubilee Park, having played a premiership here with Waverley Blues a couple of seasons ago, and he would have obviously played in that final last year with Oakleigh District, but he's very familiar with these surrounds.
Certainly right. We did say before the break that we would open it up to questions to the audience, to YouTube and Facebook. I would have loved to open up the lines and get some callers in, talkback style, but I don't really want to give out my number on air, so we'll leave that for now. I've got one in from Mitch.
Ryan's final siren?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, go for another hour.
That's a throwback to Mark Fine.
Yeah, certainly right. Got one in from Mitch, who also reminds me that the Tigers are down by 37 points at the moment, but we were down, I think, by almost 50 before.
It's a comeback.
Looks like it's a
Josh,
positive comeback.
Josh, who cares?
Yeah, exactly.
You did
question.
mean to ask questions about this game, didn't you?
Well, I'm not commenting on this.
By the way, there was another Darcy that kicked 7 today. One for the Bulldogs in the AFL.
Well, my side's not doing as good. It's doing just as bad.
Well, the question that they did ask was, what Knox player will line up on Darcy Fritsch next week? Is that a job for Weir or
Weir? You got to go with Weir because he did a magnificent job yesterday on Jake Summers. Kept him. Summers in that, he kicked a goal in the last quarter and had a bit of an impact, but Weir was just, he was Knox's best on ground.
Thing is, they also have to double team him.
I also think it's not a one-man job. Somebody has got to fill that hole, particularly in the corridor. While Fritz is leading out, someone's got to be there. Even if they, for Fritz to be aware that they're there, but also get in there to block the kick.
It's hard though if it's centre clearances like it was today. But I doubt they'd get the centre clearances against Knox that they did today. Coldstream.
No, that's right. Yeah, it's going to be a lot more difficult. So that is the Sunday game out here next week, Jubilee, Ray. And then Saturday, we've also got Donvale Surrey out here in the second semi-final. The loser then plays the winner of Coldstream Coldstream Knox, sorry. So real fascinating one. Bit of a good chance for Surrey to test themselves out against Donvale after last time they played them. They had a real rough run of injuries during that game. We're down to pretty much no bench. But they were outplayed by a Donvale side who had Day kicking 4, Murphy kicking 4, the other Day kicking 4. They had options all over the park. So, Ray, it's a very fascinating contest because if Surrey are to obviously go all the way, they need to find a way to get through Donvale.
Oh, without a doubt. Donvale's been the benchmark all season. But as I've always said, the start of every final game, it's 50-50.
Well, I've seen there was a year where Mitcham were going classically great and they thrashed, I can't remember, but let's go. Anyway, they got so thrashed the opposition in the semi that in the grand final, the upset happened. So maybe, you don't have to be competitive. You just have to, before the grand final, you just have to be there.
That's right.
But that game, Surrey Park, Donvale, which we obviously saw, and as you mentioned, that was just injury carnage all day for Surrey Park. The second and third quarters, they still showed a bit. I think they outscored them, and obviously it was only by 1 goal. So, and it was only 5 points when they met earlier in the season at Donvale Reserve.
And that they are probably a stronger outfit now, Surrey Park, than where they were earlier in the season. Had a couple of players picked up during the year. I think it's a fascinating contest. I feel like even though they have got those extra players, Donvale seem to lift no matter what happens, and they picked up 2 or 3 themselves. So I think that's. It's going to be tough for whoever wins that Knox Coldstream game to then go on and knock off either Surrey or Donvale in the prelim. So it's all going to play out over the course of the next 3 weeks. A lot of fascinating stuff. Do you think though,
if Donvale win the semi comprehensively, that it changes the perspective on the grand final? That's what the point I'm trying to make is the grand final can be a completely different day, and we've seen it along many grand finals. Where the 100% team goes down.
Well, last year with Mitcham.
Yeah, South Belgrave, they were, and they were coming in very, very confident, but it's just...
They're unbeaten.
Finals, it is genuinely a different game, and whoever doesn't show up, doesn't give 100% for the 4 quarters, it's going to end to their downfall.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We've got a bit of time before we go, so we'll go through the finals matchups next week and just have a bit of a preview ahead. We'll start with Division 4. The second semi-final on the Saturday will be Chirnside Park and Scoresby. That game out at Bayswater Oval, Gav, for a Division 4 final with East Ringwood obviously playing a home game, so that's why that game has to be moved. Sunday out at East Ringwood is Whitehorse versus Kilsyth. We saw Whitehorse Kilsyth. They talked about that in the pre-game, Josh, and how Kilsyth probably need to get 2 or 3 guys back. I think you said Curry's out at the moment. Van Unen, we don't know if he's going to return or not. They've got a couple other players potentially coming back into the side. Different ground, chalk and cheese from Springfield Park to East Ringwood Reserve. So, look, it's a ground they had some experience at last year, playing a couple of finals on, but a lot has to go right for Kilsyth to make a run this final series, I think. I think they're coming in as definitely the 4th best side and by a bit of margin.
Yeah, I think they are, and Saturday's result out at Springfield Park just showed that. But it is a much different ground, is East Ringwood Reserve to Springfield Park, where obviously you got the unique shape of one of the wings, and they nickname it the D. So it's I still think Whitehorse go into that game as favourites because you got the likes of Ed Sim through midfield, Andrew Haining. Even if Curry comes back in, Haining could still prove to be a bit of a difference, and Daniel Horvath up forward as well.
Is there ever a club been allowed to have a run on a ground, another team's ground, before a final? To prepare themselves?
I don't know.
It's supposed to be. It's actually banned. Yes.
Yeah. So it's not allowed. So there you go. I mean, if you get on a run, you play at Bayswater, you're a Premier Division, you know the ground by historical finals. But, the preparation from bigger ground to smaller ground, you've got to think about that a little bit in your coaching.
Gav, it's not so, Bayswater's not so much about the size of the ground, it's the way the ground falls down as you get towards the boundary. Now, when you have played Premier or the old Division 1 at Bayswater, they go around the boundary, but they hit their targets. The interesting thing for me is going to be Division 4 playing at Bayswater. If they go around toward the boundary, and they don't usually hit their targets, let's face it. So that's going to be the big thing, I think.
Yeah, it'll certainly be interesting. And as we said, Chirnside Park and Scoresby have been the best 2 teams in Division 4 this year. I find it hard to see them not matching up in the grand final, but I mean, there's always surprises in final series. You've got to play your best footy at the right time of the year. Chirnside Park coming off the bye as well, Josh, this week. Interesting to see how that sort of factors in going in towards the first final. From all reports, they had a pretty tough run on Saturday on the training. So potentially, they still go in pretty strong. But they've got the wood over Scoresby.
Yeah, that helps them, and I think that holds them in really good stead. No matter what, any final they're going to go into, they're going in as favourites, Chirnside Park, because the top 4 they've at least defeated twice this season. Have Chirnside Park.
My question now, guys, is, irrespective of who's the favourite going in, let's say Scoresby knock off Chirnside. Can Chirnside come back and win the premiership, or the other way around?
I think so. I think
so. So even though you get knocked off in the semi, you can still go back because it's so even. Any side can win the final.
I would give Chirnside more of a chance than Scoresby to come back after a loss to the other side, but I still think Scoresby would be able to pick themselves up.
We saw it last year with Surrey Park. They went down to Kilsyth's second semi-final, win the 2 finals, and win the premiership.
And speaking of last year as well, I know Chirnside they obviously have the wood over Scoresby this year, but they might also feel like they have a point to prove because they were upset by Scoresby in the, I guess, semi-finals.
The elimination.
Last year. They were favourites, odds-on favourites to win that game. And
10 wins in a row or something into that game.
Exactly. So they might still feel like they have a point to prove because you beat them during the home and away season, that's one thing, but beating them in a final, that's what means most.
And the other point I want to put out, who in the media team are going to put their hand up and actually back Chirnside, because Chirnside said we don't support him.
Well, are you tipping Chirnside in that game, Ray? We'll let you.
I'll go with Chirnside in that game without a doubt. I'm with them.
I'm not ready to make my tip yet. I'm going to save that till Friday on the podcast.
I'm drawing
we'll jump into Division 2. Obviously, we talked about Division 3 in the final series next week out here at Jubilee Park. First week of the final series in Division 2, Baroni have the week off. Waverley Blues will play Mulgrave in the qualifying on Saturday out at Walker Park. And then Croydon versus Templestowe on the Sunday on the Elimination Final. Same place, Walker Park as well. I think Templestowe certainly going in as big underdogs into that game. Croydon have been in a position where this is a real disappointment for them to finish 4th. At the end of the day, I mean, they had that spot in the double chance, not locked up, but they looked pretty safe in there. At one stage, they were maybe a game or two and plus percentage ahead of fourth place Mulgrave. So they've really let that one slip. But I think they're probably the side that could get on a bit of a run, Josh.
Yeah, I absolutely think so. And that game against Heathmont would have given them a little bit of momentum, and it did look like they got their best side back on the park. Fraser Smith, as I mentioned, came back in, and he's just so crucial to that defensive structure. And I certainly think they should knock off Templestowe, especially if they perform like they did in the second half of that game at Templestowe Reserve for the entire contest. If they do that for the entire final series, then they're certainly capable of going all the way to the grand final.
How considerate of them all to arrange the ladder in such a way that we've got two finals that we've both seen the correspondent matches during the home and away season, so it's a lot easier to analyse.
Well, it gives us a good bit of insight, Ray, and we saw that Waverley Blues Mulgrave game earlier in the year where Waverley were 5 or 6 goals up at halftime, looked like they were going to win by 10 goals, and Mulgrave stormed home. The big questions around the lines will be who plays for him this week. With Jong obviously injured last week, we don't know, the situation there, if he's going to return. Fletcher Roberts has been out of the side for quite a while. I still think they need to get a couple, probably at least those two back to have any chance. Wilson, done for the year. With that, I think it was a broken leg last week.
Possibly,
potentially, he's not going to come back, but Jong and Roberts are going to be a big talking point.
Without a doubt, and I wasn't at that game, but I from the feedback I got from you guys that it was a game of two halves, and so it's a 50-50 game, I believe.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of a side having an easy win the week before the finals. I don't think it gives them any momentum. It's funny as it sounds contradictory, but if they have a soft kill, are they ready? Do you want to have a hard run into finals just to get you up to that level? Because it might seem like, how good is it to beat Basin by 13 goals? But otherwise, it gives them nothing, no lead in.
But also, Gav, on the flip side of that is you don't want a hard game where your players maybe are not injured, but they're tired. That's the thing.
Yeah, true.
Well, it'd be an interesting one because when Waverley Blues are up and running, they're hard to stop.
They absolutely are, but equally when Mulgrave get their game on, it's an exciting brand of footy they play, and as you keep saying, an impact brand.
And not only that, but once again, there's going to be a big reliance on the full forward in that game, Adam Booth as well. We're going to look upon him to be able to kick at least 4 or 5 in a final.
Particularly if there's no Roberts. That puts a lot of pressure on Booth, who I think again had another good day on the weekend. But that game will be very fascinating out at Walker Reserve. The winner will play Bronya the next week. I mean, someone potentially might get 2 looks at him in that obviously semi-final, then maybe a grand final if they match up again. But at this stage, it's Baronya's to lose. Yeah. It's wide open from 2nd to 5th at the moment. I don't know who's going to make it. I think it'd be a shock if Baronia went out in straight sets. I just don't see that.
You can't see that.
Don't see that happening. So, a lot to play out there. In Division 1 next week, the qualifying final between South Belgrave and Mitcham on the Saturday at Toolmore Reserve. On the Sunday, Montrose versus Beaconsfield, same place, Toolmore Reserve. We talked about this a little bit. Again, South Belgrave with the wood over Mitcham this year, 2 wins. Beaconsfield with the wood over Montrose, 2 wins. Is that a factor, Ray, or is this really a completely different game now?
I think it's completely different, but we'll go each game by Beaconsfield over Montrose. I just think that at the moment, Beaconsfield's form going into that game is a hell of a lot better than what Montrose is.
And I'll have Kobe Ship to come back into the lineup because he played, I think, with Casey Demons in the VFL this past weekend. So obviously they lose Spowski, but Ship coming in is going to certainly add. And they'll have players who it seems like they rested yesterday that they'll bring back into the lineup.
But the South Belgrave Mitcham one for me, that's 50-50.
Yeah,
that is 50-50. Either side could win. It would be no surprise.
Yeah. And I think there was some factors for Mitcham. Like I think they had an injury toll that last time they met South Belgrave back in round 10, and round 1 they weren't going into that game with full strength. It's they know how to play finals well through the Tigers.
Well, they had a poor start to the season. They were 1-3 and lost that game to Bayswater, and since then they had a good run. Yesterday was not a good result for them, but in saying that, as you said, last year they lost to Mooroolbark and Bayswater in the final 2 games of the season. So You never know, Jared, but we've got two really good finals on our hands, and Park Orchards awaits the winner of South Belgrave Mitcham, which would be another great final too.
Indeed. The thing is, will South Belgrave have their ghosts coming back to Tormore Reserve specifically? After
yeah,
the
well,
grand final? It's similar to the Churnside Scoresby sort of situation, I suppose, because the finals winner from last year, obviously it wasn't a grand final in Div 4, but the finals winner from last year, they went down to the team they beat 2 times this year, and there's still a point to prove.
How do you like the difference, Gav, that South Belgrave, going into last year, they were the unbeaten side, hadn't lost a game, it was their flag to lose, everyone was talking about it. This year, they're going in, they're going to finish second on the ladder, they finished second on the ladder, but they're almost going in underrated. There's more talk on Park Orchards.
Yep.
Mitcham won the flag last year, so there's a lot of hype around them. They almost go in,
As the
underrated.
hunter.
Yeah, the hunter.
Well, that can change the perspective. It doesn't change how they play because that psychology works differently. But at least they can come in almost freewheeling without expectation. Expectation can kill the mode sometimes. It can, you get paralysis sometimes by expectation. But without it, they might be free to play their best.
But
absolutely.
Their performances the last fortnight, they haven't been overly convincing. I hate to put a negative spectrum on the side on South Belgrave.
I missed the negative.
Yeah, I just they need a bit more of a lift to South Belgrave, because 14 points against North Ringwood, and I think it was 30 odd points against Bayswater. That's not overly convincing. Where some sides are just running over the top of them comfortably.
Are they just leaving it in the tank, though, perhaps? I don't know. I don't know if that's something that you can play with, something that you want to risk going into a final series, but maybe that's a strategy that they've taken.
They did have a few changes. Like, they didn't have the Garners playing yesterday as well, so you probably bring those players back into the lineup. That helps a lot. But they won't have Tyrese Liu for the final series with I believe, a broken leg injury, so that is a bit of a blow for them.
He had an excellent start to the season, so that is a blow.
It did. And we've only got less than a couple of minutes left, so we're going to start wrapping things up. I don't know if Chris has got his mic on, but thank you to Chris Curtis, who first final on the boundary today, did a great job, and great to have your company on a Sunday.
Thanks, fellas. Great call from up here as well from you lot.
Thank you, Chris. Jared Beanland with him has just slotted back into the side with ease after his big Europe trip.
Thanks, Ryan. It's great to be back. It's been a lot of fun this weekend, and keen for some more finals footy.
Absolutely. Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre. 2 big days from you. Well done, Paul.
Thanks, lads.
Ray Baird with his new EFNL cap on at the moment. Looking very nice, very sharp.
Took a while to get to me, but it got to you anyway.
It's been on the request list for a while.
Look, it's great. Finals, it's just something about finals, the whole thing's a lot more exciting than home and away.
Absolutely right. Josh Ward in the specials chair. Big weekend for you out at Jubilee Park. You did the Nep on Friday night, doing a bit of everything.
Yeah, don't mind it, keeping myself busy, but a great weekend all around. Looking forward to next weekend with the women's grand finals as well.
Big weekend, and we'll touch on that in Female Footy Focus. Always a pleasure to get Gav Casey back in on a Sunday. The real finals operator.
Yeah, hopefully stepping up. Big game occasions. Man for the moment, hopefully.
Yes, absolutely.
The man with all the permutations.
Yeah.
Remember that.
And there's the voice of Lee Green, who does a great work, all with the audio today with LKLM Media. Megan Green working the cameras, as always. A fantastic job. And that wraps up everything here out at Jubilee Park. It is Coldstream that will make their way through to a semi-final. They defeated Oakleigh District today in the Elimination Final, 17-10, 112 to the Oakleigh District, 5-8, 38.